I have not watched that one yet.
Okay, I'll let you watch it. It's okay. But it won't spoil it. We have to keep insisting that Matt Slick does not have Asperger's. He has asparagus.
Just because he keeps spazzing out about it, or what?
No, only because it's just kind of like if you were to spell Asperger's and asparagus, if you're not paying attention, they will look the same.
Okay, so if you have Asperger's and dyslexia, you actually have asparagus. Got it.
Close enough, yeah.
Okay. Makes perfect fucking sense to me these days. Hell.
And I figured it would go up there with the gherkin.
Yeah, but this is all this like Buddhism / Qigong crap. It's like, dude, really? You're going to try and convince me that this shit's scientifically proven? Really? And then he starts off with remote viewing. I'm like, okay, sure, I'd be more than happy to have a hangout for you, and I'll put you to the test. For starters, I can ask you what is inside of the jar that's above my monitors, and better yet, what's written on the thing inside of that jar.
Better yet, do you even have a shelf behind your monitor? I've never seen it.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever seen what's on that shelf. Therefore, it's a good thing to play with.
And until you told me there was a shelf there with jars in it with stuff in them, with stuff written on them.
But this is the thing with remote viewing. You give them some detail so they can think that they're focusing in on it.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That you lead them towards it, and then you say, okay, great, so there's something in it. What is it?
All right.
And the chances of them guessing correctly is really low. Them guessing what's written on the object in there, even lower. Now, just for giggles, it has an assortment of tongue depressors in it, and on them are written chores for the kids, so they can reach in, grab one out, and do whatever chore is written on the stick.
And that's why they're on the high shelf behind the monitor where no one can reach.
Yep, so they can't see which the hell one's on top. But that is the random pick a chore for complaining about being bored. That's the one rule. You complain about being bored, you pick a chore stick.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a chore stick.
Yes, it's a chore stick. So they reach in, they grab a stick, and on it is written a chore, and then they go do the chore. And I'm really tempted to put one in there.
Let me ask you, for anyone here who's going to do some remote viewing.
My kids never actually complain. I do note, though, my kids no longer complain about being bored. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, I have a very large monitor, and I'd like someone to do some remote viewing to tell me what is behind my monitor.
A wall.
Can you be more specific?
No. I don't claim to be able to do remote viewing.
All you had to do was say a corner.
Yeah, well.
And when I'd say, what is in that corner, you say, a cat.
Because 9 times out of 10, there'll be a
that's what a cat is.
9 times out of 10, there'll be a fucking cat wherever the hell you're pointing at.
Right. And when I say, what is the cat doing, you either say sleeping or turning the monitor off. And you would be correct.
Yeah. Turning the monitor off in its sleep, even.
And I do have to ask myself a question. Why did I even Google and look on Wikipedia for fondue?
I don't know. Anyway, hey, Boom. Hey, Abraham. Hey, Gav. How's everybody? Oh, hey, Sid. I didn't see you there. You were looking awful dark.
Hey, Shadow.
Hello.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, just kind of chilling out doing the pre-recording thing, seeing as I can't do Hangouts on the main. I'm doing them on this one and adding them onto the Insano freaking shuffle list.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, the petition I started hasn't gone anywhere.
I kind of expected as much, but
What
I have.
petition?
Pretty much.
I've talked with somebody that allegedly has contacts, and they're going to see what they can do, but I don't expect much there either.
Yep.
I just because Google sucks.
Yep.
If there's a better place to stream to, I fucking would. But, you know, with Twitch, I could do something, but I'd have to be playing a game the entire time, and I don't feel like doing that.
Well, we do have Minecraft.
Ah, fuck. When was the last time I put the server up?
Doesn't matter. You put the server up, you get everybody on, we all sit there and play and walk around and talk about crap.
1 or 2 months ago, I think.
No, it was...
And then people would watch you play Minecraft,
It
or
was,
all of us sit around and like, be idiots because we're not actually doing Minecraft.
Well, it was actually a lot more recent than that. You just never bothered to. Well, you
Oh,
never bothered to add me on Skype, so you didn't get the new IP when we switched it.
Yeah.
After I got DDoS under the original one, I had to change.
Yeah, I really don't use Skype, but I'll add you, whatever.
Yeah, I know, but you weren't in Hangouts either. There was no way for you to have been notified. Was it really?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I was on vacation for 3.
Oh, likely excuse.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I don't care. But in any case, yeah, it's been down for I think what 2 weeks now, maybe 3. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he was dealing with other stuff. And hell, I was off playing other games for a while. Did Path of Exile for a little bit. Did some XCOM. Now that I found out that there's an actual total conversion for it, that was kind of amusing. I'm like, oh, and what is Long War or something like that? I'm like, oh, this looks kind of interesting. And then I upgraded to Windows 10 and had to reload just about every fucking thing that has any kind of driver or registration associated, which was lovely, let me tell you. Other day, I'm in a conversation with somebody, and they're like, oh, Windows 10's been great for me. I'm like, you mustn't have much loaded. Holy crap, half my shit was like, needs new driver. Must reload. Fucking thing. Not happy. Hell, a couple things that were Steam-related were just like, we hate you now. Piece of shit. Reload, reload, reload. What a wonderful fucking operating system.
I just made my printer obsolete by upgrading to Windows 10. It's not supported.
Oh, lovely.
I do have a laptop with Windows
Well,
7.
there might be a way to actually run it to get it to work, but...
Yeah, it's like, all right. Apparently you need to install the Windows 8.1 drivers, but I never had a Windows 8.1 and I haven't installed the drivers, and I just...
Lovely.
Yeah.
So it's not obsolete, it's just not working.
Yeah, just...
I need to tweak it to get it working, but there's no guarantee.
Yeah, Windows 10's good. I managed to get one of my 2 printers back working. The other one I have to futz with a little bit because they're both technically LAN printers. One of them's full LAN printer, and the other one is supposed to be networked through my wife's system, and I haven't bothered to reset her up yet. Because hassle, fuck it. I might end up just plugging it back into mine and doing it that way, because that way I don't have to go mess around with her computer. Mine has every other fucking thing hooked up to it. But hey, I might be getting a new box in 6 months. Give or take. Yeah, you can actually roll it back, allegedly. It does keep the Win8 files, at least. I don't know about 7 or earlier. But yeah, Windows 10 just took... My wife's system was perfectly fine because she doesn't run much of shit on it. So she doesn't have much of problems. I've had endless issues with this fucking thing. I'm going to probably have to do... I'm planning on loading...
It's a bag of tricks, you know.
Yeah, I'm planning on loading it on the kids' system, but I'm right now deciding to wait a little bit. The whole point in part was, oh great, we can all be on the OS so we can actually network efficiently, but yeah, there's nothing efficient about this right now.
One of my coworkers was commenting how Windows 7 was out, and well, let me give a little backstory. Actually, right now, what I'm doing is I'm on a business trip, being trained on how to image computers.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah.
Yeah. So he mentioned, well, there's a lot actually for these particular computers because they're financial computers. But he mentioned how I said, well, we have to re-image computers to get them to users, and so it's probably changing them from XP to Windows 7 because I just arrived. I didn't know what exactly we were doing.
Yeah.
But then he mentioned, well, there's 10. I was like, no. You do not image a computer with the latest
No, because you don't know what security problems it might have. We should have all learned that from ME, which fucking FDIC was about ready to upgrade to, and then in the last minute they're like, no, we just found out there's this massive security flaw. They can walk into our fucking network and do anything they wanted. No.
Yeah, that's why you go on. You do something like 7, which has been out for a while.
Yeah, something that you already know the problems with. This is why corporations are always behind unless they're stupid. It's better to stay at least one generation back. but 8 wasn't really out long enough to get all the bugs out of it.
Yeah, and it's
not
far more
safe.
difficult for a lot of users.
But I mean, 10's actually, I don't know, it's fairly simple in some regards. I mean, on the tech side, they've moved so much shit around that I'm like, where is this shit? For that matter, there's a problem with Chrome and Google Hangouts in that you can't actually change your audio output correctly.
Yeah.
It's you to Windows default right now, and I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. But that's a
It's also got a problem where it like I used to be able to stop Google Chrome stop Hangouts from controlling my devices. But as you noticed, the volume kept going up every time I was talking to you guys.
Oh yeah, I
That
know.
was because Windows 10 did that.
Yeah, it just Chrome. Well, not just Chrome, but Hangouts app in general doesn't seem to know what the fuck to do with itself under 10.
Yeah.
Just completely fucking spastic. I was messing with that the other day, and I'm sitting like kept adjusting my volume down. I had to give up. I just had to give up. It was like, no, you want everything max. I'm like, you motherfucker.
I see you're trying to adjust your volume. Would you like it to maximize stuff on everything?
No, I'm putting it at 60%. Maximum it is. Thank you very much. but I wanted it on 60%. Fine, I'll put it at 20%. Maximum it is. Fuck you. Yeah. It was absolutely fucking crazy, this OS. I'm not liking the way everything's working with it. And I think part of it's because all the other little apps and this kind of shit haven't been able to figure out how the hell to properly integrate with them. At least XSplit got their shit like done ahead of time.
Well, that's because they enrolled into the program ahead of time.
Yeah, that'd be exactly why they enrolled into the beta program. They actually had the Windows 10 version before it was released.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't get why more companies didn't end up just grabbing the free goddamn copy so they could tweak with it.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things like, oh, free upgrade. You have to kind of expect that a lot of people are going to do it. You know, it's free, and most people don't have the sense to wait. Now, I did it early because after my wife loaded it on hers, I'm like, it's okay on hers. Let's check it on mine, and mine has a lot more crap. So, but I'm planning on eventually, in theory, converting all of them over because I've got like 6 systems here. Mine, my wife's, the 2 kids, and the tablet and the laptop. Oh wait, no, 2 tablets and a laptop. That makes 7. I have another laptop out there somewhere that I loaned to a friend that I've never fucking gotten back. I gotta get in touch with him and see what the fuck's going on with that shit. Hell, it's old enough now I should be like, dude, give me $50 and just keep the fucking thing. Then again, he still owes me $100 for paying for his paramedic patch. I need to stop being nice to friends, I guess. And on that note, seeing as I consider most of you friends, I'm going to start randomly kicking people out. Kidding.
Yay.
The reason I installed 10 when it came out was because I hated 8, but also I had a backup copy of Windows 7, so if anything went wrong, I could just re-image it back to Windows 7, which is what I was planning on doing anyway.
I'd actually just started to appreciate 8, and it only took about 9 months to appreciate 8. And
I didn't appreciate it whatsoever.
No, I basically, it was one of these things. I skipped over 7 and it went right to 8 and had, I don't know, I finally got used to it. I didn't necessarily like it, but I'd at least gotten used to the damn thing. And now 10's out, so now I have 10 and I'm like, I don't know, man, is this any better?
Yeah. Well, compared to 7, comparing 7 to 8, 7 was better. And comparing 7 to XP, 7 was better.
Well, I had the thing is going from XP. I had to go upgrade to something, and 8 at the time was a lot cheaper. Because I could get that, you know, the upgrade for like $50 or some shit like this. And then when it came time to reload it, it wouldn't let me get any of the fucking former OSs on there. So I had to go say screw it and go and buy the full fucking version, which I was happy about. Let me tell you.
They should have reverted it for free.
Yeah.
It cost them nothing to do it.
But yeah, the thing is that XP just wasn't going to be just wasn't able to support the amount of RAM that I needed it to support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also, XP was no longer supported by Microsoft.
Yeah, that was an issue too.
You know,
Well, it's like we're coming up with something that just doesn't fucking work, so we're going to stop supporting the one that did. Because we know that people will stay with the one that's actually fucking stable.
I
I
actually like XP.
Yeah, I actually liked XP too, but it wouldn't support. It wouldn't support what it was like 4 gig RAM. After that, it just kind of said, "Yeah, you've got some, but we're not going to pay attention to it unless you load a bunch of extra random crap on here that may or may not work right."
Yeah.
7's going to be supported by Microsoft for a long time because.
Hey, Boom, you're echoing off yourself.
Yeah, and kind of having
Okay.
you're also
But
kind of
also 10.
you're lagging pretty good too.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Let me move my stuff over. Alright, so 7's going to be supported for quite a while because nobody's going to adopt 8 for their company. It's too risky.
Fuck off, stupid cat.
And,
But also 10 is
so-
way too new for them to stop supporting 7.
and short of your tech crew going around and reloading crap on every fucking system, 10's kind of a paperweight.
Yeah, 10 has way too many issues. There's a bunch of security stuff that's probably still not dealt with yet.
Yeah, but
I
beyond
don't-
any security stuff that's not dealt with, there's also a lot of weird crap pertaining to drivers that weren't that. Because what seems to be happening is it's like, oh yeah, we're just going to reinstall your devices from scratch and not see what your prior config was. Haha. They didn't even take into consideration the prior config, so I had to reload all kinds of shit.
The other thing too is I've had some issues with my driver for my microphone, in which I had to reinstall the driver over and over again, and then I had to finally go grab the actual driver to install it in order to make it so that it would actually stay and recognize the device.
Oh shit, man! With my mic, I had that problem with 8. Fuck 10.
Yeah.
My Snowball, it just fucking hated it.
Yeah.
It's just USB.
Well, yeah,
audio.
with 7 it actually worked.
Yeah. Granted, there was that problem with Blue when they were putting out the Snowball initially, with a lot of them being wired upside down. That was fucking lovely.
Well, it sure beats a colorblind electrician.
Well, what you had to do is you had to basically, in the back of it, where you actually hook in the USB, you had to kind of force it in upside down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they basically mounted it backwards. So the little frame around it was just the wrong fucking way, and the little Who's-Majig was upside down, so you had to just cram it in there upside down. It was kind of funny. Mine was after that glitch, though, but yeah, the earlier ones had that problem. It's like, oops, manufacturing error, sorry. Gotta love that shit. Where's Para? I would have expected him to pop in by now. I don't know if I need to send him a special invite or what.
The actual reason I'm re-imaging computers for my company, well, the company I'm doing it for, is because they have a bunch of new users that they need new computers for.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, about 100 and, actually no, a couple hundred.
Where's the contract based?
Hmm?
Where's the contract based?
Over the country.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So not localized then. Okay.
Yeah, because they have a bunch of users all over the country.
So you're not going to take that vacation, I guess.
Well, I may not take the vacation, but right now I'll be able to take the vacation later. It's going to be about 5 months, but in the meantime, I get more vacation time the whole time.
Well, hell, in about 5 months, I might be in a new house.
Well, that'll be easier.
I don't know what the fuck's going on right now. I'm just waiting on some stuff to find out some shit.
Yeah.
My wife might be seeing about switching to a different office too, so don't know. The primary attorney.
The hell was that?
That was a dog. That was his little yippy thing.
Oh, that's Fabio's dog.
No, it should have been. That sounded like
no,
Boom's
it's
dog.
Boom. Okay, Boom just muted
It's my dog.
Yeah, Fabio has real dogs.
All right.
But if I'm lucky, if I'm lucky, I'll actually get the permanent position over here where I'm actually being trained at.
Yeah.
So I don't have to go all over the country.
Yeah, that'd be good, I guess.
Yeah. But at that time, I'll be able to, after less time, I'll be able to jump over and do a vacation or whatever.
Get my little lunatic over here now. Come here. 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 Stop trying to force me to pet you. Come here, you dipshit. There we go. Annoying dog.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Hello, everybody.
How you been, man?
Good, good.
Been a while.
Yeah, I've been lurking. Plus, I kind of crashed for a little while, and they're talking about changing my meds up and all that stuff. And you know how YouTube and Google Plus can drag people down, so try to stay on the edges.
You just have to learn to laugh at the idiots.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just posted something from a video. I was having a conversation with some dudentard on from a rebel. There's a website called The Rebel or something like that, Canadian political site. And we're coming up to an election as well. And this one guy was saying something about how the primary reserves will basically assist in detecting terrorists or something like that, and I kind of shot him down, and he got to the point where he was like saying that that I'm a liar and that I'm the devil himself, and that he basically wished me to go to hell and a few other things, but it was kind of interesting. It was fun. I thought it was lol's milk at first, but it got pretty sad and depressing after a while.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, but is Sid on here right now?
He's there. He's just muted.
Yeah, I owe him a coffee, and I'm off on Thursday and Friday. So if he wants to meet up or something, I can meet up with him. So
Thursday and Friday,
or wherever, the weekend or whenever. I'm free now, so like anytime. They works for you. Pardon?
They let you out? What do you mean?
Yeah, they let me out of the psycho ward. No, well, it's just things have calmed down now, like at work, so I have a lot more freedom. So, because we did talk about going for coffee, I think about 2-3 weeks ago, but I've been just busy.
And then the weather got shitty, remember?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time.
I know. At least it's nice today, though.
Yeah. I'm actually on call for work right now.
Oh, no, I'm not saying right now. I'm saying, when you're free. I'm free starting as of Thursday, so. And it doesn't even have to be this week. It can be right up past Labor Day. Things are calmer, so.
Okay.
Yeah, things
I'll
don't really
message you on that.
Yeah, you texted me, so you have my phone number. So just
exactly.
Shoot me a text or whatever.
Good call.
Yeah, Fabio, I like my Mr. Fabio.
Hey.
I haven't talked to him in a while. You had some. Yeah, I'm doing all right. You had some questions about Bosnia and stuff like that. Maybe we'll have to do that some other time. But yeah, we can reminisce because you're just across the border from there. So. And Laboom da Boom. I heard your girlfriend talking to you there.
My little girlfriend, yeah, he's just like. Bow, 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 bow.
Boom, you're worse than the dog doing that.
I'm quiet doing that.
Lebon, what you said is disturbing on so many levels. It's almost unbelievable.
What do you mean?
When you say, you ask about your girlfriend and say, yeah, my little girlfriend, he is here saying blah 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 blah, and there's so many things wrong if you don't know the context, which is quite incredible.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
chop
now,
that
now
clip
that
right out.
now that Fabio has pointed this out, because we are live, most likely being recorded, and this now will be on the internet for infinity, or at least until Internet 2.0.
Yeah, but you know, you should be okay. It's only to sick and twisted mind like mine, which sounds really weird. You know, to everybody else.
Coming from the man who tells us stories about his explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, you gotta be a bloody psychopath to think there's something wrong, but still, they're out there. You know?
Yeah. These guys going around explosive diarrhea.
Mm-hmm. I can't even remember when I said that.
I don't know.
mean,
You said it a while
what was
ago.
it about? No, you're right.
I
but I
don't
can't
know.
remember what was about.
You talked about eating something, and it was this explosive diarrhea.
Yeah, there was.
Really
Yeah.
stands out in the conversation.
Huh. Okay.
So Shadow. Sorry, I cut it.
Okay, and Shadow's back.
Wifey just got home, had to update her on some stuff.
Did you give her a hello kiss?
Of course.
Hello, baby. I miss
Yeah, it's in the rule book.
I always make a point of, no matter what state I'm in, to always say hello and goodbye to my significant other.
So what? Every time you leave and come home, you look in the mirror.
Yeah, pretty much. No,
That's how you can tell you're alone.
That's funny. Well, I posted a thing on earlier, a picture. It was like a big fist in the air, and it's like, introverts unite, everybody something within their own homes, or unite within their own homes.
Yeah. I've seen one that's the same thing. It says dyslexics untie.
Yeah. Ugh. Is Shadow back, or is he just walking around?
Just walking around.
Oh, so did I know you're far away, but are you the one that started that petition for the
No,
you got
one of
porn
my
bomb?
subs actually started it.
Okay, because I signed it, but I don't know if it actually has any pull or
I
anything.
think it's completely pointless.
Okay.
But, somebody wanted to start it, whatever.
All right. Well, out of good faith and will, I did sign it, knowing that there was a, really as possibly meaningless, but as a statement, I did.
Actually, if you get enough YouTubers complaining about it, it's not meaningless.
No. About how many YouTubers would you need to complain about it before they'd give a shit? That's the question.
You might have to get PewDiePie to sign it, then they'll take notice.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, not necessarily PewDiePie, but...
No, I'm saying somebody with that kind of pull.
Well, somebody at the same subscribers as Thunderfoot.
I think it would take more than that. And even then, you'd have to have all of his subs and probably somebody else's. I think you'd probably have to get about 1 million before they'd even bother to give a shit.
No, it's someone at his level leading the charge, but then you have other YouTubers also doing it, basically, is what I mean.
So you figure you need somebody with at least 250,000 to actually make a difference. Meh.
So
leading the charge.
As a way to kind of prevent this or to preempt any issues like that, could you use what's that program you use in Shadow there for rebroadcasting all your
I
live
use
stuff?
XSplit. The problem is if I put a delay in there, there's no way to pre-screen what's heading towards there, and I'm not sure if I cut it if it'll still how that actually works.
But is it better than nothing?
Yeah, it's better than nothing, but even then, the thing is, in this case, I had a little fucking 1/4-inch thumbnail there. There was no way anyone watching that stream could have fucking made out what was in it, but, so the idiot that did it was one that reported it for porn to begin with. And maybe a couple of their friends, for all I know. That's what my guess is that they had them and a couple of friends report the fucking thing. Even though I don't think it could have actually been seen there, I just don't think Google even bothered to fucking look to see what the content was.
Yeah,
I
they probably
really
didn't
think
care.
if they had looked at the content, they would have said, "Oh, well, this is horseshit. I can't tell what the fuck that is."
Yeah. Well, did you put age
Protection?
restriction on that video?
I couldn't have. They took it offline with. Okay, well, here's what happened. I went, I put in all my precautions, I made sure it's just a tiny little thing. I didn't have any of the main window really being displayed, just the little icons on the bottom. And then what happens is this pinhead comes in, plays the thing. I eject them immediately, or at least as immediately as possible. I couldn't tell what the hell they were trying to display inside the Hangout, and I highly doubt you could tell out in the stream. A second after it actually hit the main stream, at least this one guy and possibly some others flagged it immediately for porn because they were waiting for it to hit the stream. So about 10 seconds after they did this in here, I went off air having been reported for porn. I couldn't have age restricted it. I didn't have time to take it offline. I didn't have time to do dick.
Well, the thing is with the age restriction, there is a way you can do it. If you use OBS, what it is you go to live events.
No, I know how to age restrict a Hangout or a broadcast, but the thing is, in this instance, there wasn't even enough time for me to say, "Oh shit," and go and do it. By the time I got to the screen to change the stream to be 18 plus, I'd already been flagged.
I mean, before you even start the Hangout is what I'm talking about. Before you even
didn't in this case because I shouldn't have to.
What happened? What I miss?
What I'm saying is, if you do it on on your other channel,
every Hangout is 18 plus, so the only people that can ever see one of my Hangouts is 18 or older. You mean?
Well, yeah, but people lie.
Yes, but that's not your responsibility.
And even if they're 18 or older, they can still flag it for the same horseshit.
No.
Yes.
Yes, they can. Yeah. Yes, they can, Boo.
It tends not to go through.
Yeah, no.
I've had more friends who actually went on Twitter and showed their Twitter feed, which was full of porn, while having 18 plus, and nothing happened.
And did somebody report it?
Have a couple little trolls that are planning on flagging it, and it'll go away.
Yeah.
Only time he actually had an issue is when he didn't put it 18 plus.
Well, you're going to get issues with that, certainly, but at the same point, YouTube still does have a policy against porn. It's a violation of their community guidelines, whether it's 18 plus or more. Now, if it's something that has something that could be considered pornographic that can be classified as either art or educational, then it gets the 18 plus.
And the thing is,
enforce that.
And you said Twitch. You didn't say YouTube. Twitch and YouTube are separate entities.
No, okay.
So I'm taking it.
I said YouTube. What? I didn't never said Twitch. What are you talking about?
I thought I heard him say YouTube as well. So, but anyway.
Okay.
He said YouTube. He was doing a Twitter stream if it's YouTube on YouTube.
Twitter stream. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, his Twitter feed. His Twitter feed.
Yeah.
Okay. Regardless, the point is that these little twits went in there, and I didn't even have time to take it offline or to change it or any of this other crap. It was within moments of that thing hitting the stream that they actually flagged it. And there was no way anyone could have told what the hell was in that image. Boom. So the whole thing's moot. The problem is that Google doesn't actually review things when you contest them. It's that lack of review that's the problem.
Basically, what YouTube did was, if Sesame Street did a live broadcast on the street and a streaker went by, they dismantle Sesame Street for that streaker.
Well, the thing is, I don't even think it would have taken that. All I think it would have taken is, 5 people all agreeing to flag it within a very short period of time, and whether there was anything in it objectionable or not, it would have been taken down.
Or one person with 5 accounts.
Yeah, that's all you need.
That actually is true. I actually know somebody who's done it.
Yeah, so there you go.
So, once again, it's a moot point. It doesn't matter whether it was set to 18 plus or not. First off, that was clearly not intended to be on the stream. Second off, nobody could see what the fuck it was anyway. But they flagged it anyway. And honestly, in my opinion, I don't think even if I had gotten rid of all those little bars of the people that were on the bottom, I don't think that would have made a difference either. I think they still would have fucking flagged it.
Yep.
I think they might have. I think they probably flagged it before it even aired. I mean, it was fucking quick. It was just like, oh, fuck you, threw him out of the Hangout, then bang, channel down.
What it is they're actually using a flag bot.
Well,
and they're
regardless
using a
of
short
what
spread.
they're using, Boom.
Oh,
the
come
problem is
on,
that
guys.
they're
Keep
not-
it simple.
Yeah.
You got a group of these guys. One goes in, does it. The others all just drop the flag. Why do you got to make it so complicated?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
Yeah. Thank you. Fuck's sake.
Flag bots.
Care how the
Yeah, I know a couple people.
Also, aren't there settings to where when people come in, you have to approve them?
Yeah,
we went over this.
But here's the thing: is you sit there and they come in. They have a little. One of my requirements is that they have to have some kind of actual icon image associated with their account. This is one of the restrictions I had for people that I'd allow in. If they're a blue face, I wasn't fucking letting them in. This guy had himself a little picture. I said, okay, fine, let's give this guy a try. Who knows? And talked to him for a couple seconds, and he says, oh, hang on a couple seconds, and then played the porn. He'd been dialoguing before that. He'd been dialoguing long enough that my eject, when you bring up the little thing to eject them that times out after a few seconds, he kept talking long enough for that to go away, and then did the porn bomb shit.
It was a straightforward and trap.
Eject button ready to hit at any moment prior to that.
Oh.
It was straight setup.
Yeah. Yeah.
And tracking.
Damn sure that they managed to sneak it through. They waited just a couple seconds after that window to eject them went away. There it comes. They waited probably about a good, 60 seconds at least? I don't know, probably a little bit longer.
Doesn't matter, they turned on a dime.
Yeah. They went from, oh yeah, hello, how did it, being vaguely cordial to, hey, porn! And then got ejected and reported. I think the letter reported it as they were being ejected. I'm not sure if they waited or not. But regardless, that's not the fucking point. The point is that Google doesn't review the shit. And I took every rational precaution I could while still allowing people whose names I didn't recognize into it. Because, there might be somebody that actually does want to come in and add to the conversation. I don't feel it's right to, have to say, I don't know you, so fuck off. This guy's account was over $3 old. He had a couple of videos under his account. I'm like, okay, this might be legit. The videos have been uploaded just several months ago. It looked okay.
Do you recall the account name?
Yes, we had him banned. It was Sean. I don't remember the last name actually, but they've been kicked off G+ since we reported their ass.
Yeah.
Got them thrown the fuck off. We reported them for porn.
Might have been a stock account.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They just
probably was.
They'll just make 5 more.
It's just the fact they're gonna get up and find out the account's gone.
And make a new one. They don't give a shit.
And they'll have to make a new one.
Yeah, I actually finally had to go and make myself a sock account.
Yeah, it's called just make another account.
Yeah.
I finally had to make myself one so I could, follow people that got me blocked. It's not very original. It's not very original though. It's Man the Man 2.
Yeah.
So I can see what old Tommy Hall is up to.
And hopefully him giving the +1 doesn't give other people the ability to see that this fucking exists.
I shouldn't only share.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Unless they look through his favorites or what he liked.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If we have any issues, I'll just have to deal with it.
What would be funny with YouTube is if when you block someone, it's not that you just can't comment or they can't comment in your comment section, but rather you don't get to see their profile or their videos anymore.
Every time I see that strike, I get more and more pissed off about it. Such bullshit.
You'd have to see some sort of profile page.
You'll get a very basic page.
Yeah, a very basic.
But that's all you get. You don't get videos or anything else. Because
you don't have permission.
You don't want to have anything to do.
Hang on. Slow down for a second. Let me redo my audio source here for 1 second because I'm giving. There we go.
Sorry. by blocking them, you're saying I don't want anything to do with this person. So if you're sub to them, it should unsub you.
It does.
Does?
It actually, it's unsubs you from them, but in addition to that, it makes it so that they're no longer following you on G+. It blocks them from seeing your content too.
I'd love a double verification on that, because I tried banning somebody or blocked somebody temporarily to get them to stop following me, and the follow never left.
You can. Well, the thing is, on the block thing, there's also an additional checkbox to make it so that they're unfollowing you. It's right under the block, and it shows up sometimes, but not always.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, so you always make sure to check for that, because that might be a thing there. But regardless,
who was following you, Para?
Somebody. It's irrelevant.
Okay.
I was speaking of the block tool, not the person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyway. So, do we have any topics for today? Now that my mood's been spoiled by somebody carrying on, and oh, you should have done 18+. Boom. Need to get out a fucking hammer today, man.
Well, I feel awfully horrible for even bringing up the subject to begin with.
No, you weren't the one that got me pissed with it.
You know, that's why I have a network. So, I have someone that will force YouTube to review.
Are you in Preaching to the Choirs network?
Why should a network matter? That's the question.
Oh, I don't want to have to fucking sign up with one. That's horseshit. Right now, with my account and his card standing, I couldn't if I wanted to.
And networks cost.
No, they don't. But
well, they take away from a certain degree of your revenue if you're doing
this
thing.
Yeah, but it's minimal. So, and I'm not really doing it for the money either. So I guess a
lot of the networks fucked people over, and I'd be leery of that.
Yeah,
no, I researched networks before I signed up with one, and I'm on the Freedom Network. I can leave at any time.
That depends on your contract, but there's there's a big story and lesson behind Machinima. So just saying.
Yeah, I know Machinima sucks. I looked into Machinima and it sucks. Check out Freedom. Check out, they've got videos up. They explain their agreement. They explain everything. The customer service has been awesome. Every time I've sent them an email, I've gotten one right back from them. So, it's worth it to me.
Well, I hate to say that.
Some people may not be, into it.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't trust anything with the name of Freedom, knowing how the GOP politics are.
Well, hang on. That's unfair. They might just sell freedom fries.
That's true. Well, at least they don't have family and family freedom. There you go. That would be. Oh,
there you go, Shadow. Create your own network.
There's some talk about that, but I'm talking a different kind of network, and at that point, I might have to actually join one of these retarded things.
Yeah, Freedom allows you to do that too. It allows you to create your own network, where then you can represent like if you want your own gaming channel and gaming network, you can team up with other YouTubers and create your own little gaming network. It's pretty cool. But
actually, I've been live streaming for over 9 days now, so straight, uninterrupted.
Burning boobs.
Yeah, halfway through the list, roughly. But yeah, so I don't necessarily need a network to be able to run something like what I'm referencing. But of course, it would help to not get shut down potentially. Granted, I also have 6 fucking accounts.
By the way, what we were talking about earlier, Evan's research is good. The buffering, I'm still having to look up a little more.
Yeah.
But it's looking good.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can basically do, for all intents and purposes, a actual 24-hour channel. I'm looking into other outlets pertaining slightly, well, not other outlets, but other ways potentially go about it, as opposed to just having like an eternal hangout that people can come and go whenever the fuck they want. Because that's clearly not viable because of these little douchebags.
Yeah, you gotta have someone moderating at all time.
And we were set it up. We had it set up so that we actually had a moderator account, so we could redo that.
Probably have to do some kind of a vetting process, where like maybe the first time you appear, you don't, like maybe you have to participate for so many hours, before you get broadcast, well, some kind of vetting to where, you'd have to really not be a fucking troll, because trolls don't have the patience.
Well, what I'm saying is that even if you were to go down that kind of road with it, it kind of defeats the purpose of just having a community hangout where people can come and go as they please. It defeats the purpose.
Plus, everybody can lie. Anybody can lie, so they could play a long game and wait
and they
for
can
it.
also try and impersonate somebody that they see as a regular in the comments as well.
It's best to have a checksum over a vetting, in my opinion.
So, I mean, fuck it. I mean, that's not going to work, so we'll just set it up more like some kind of TV channel with special events.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be a better option. But
yeah, and quite frankly, IG, playing the long game for a troll, that just becomes a bigger win.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, I started checking anyone that time somebody tried to join, I was checking their account, and it had been stated, unless your account is at least 3 fucking months old, we're not letting you in. This guy was longer than that. Unless you have an actual profile picture, we're not fucking letting you in. This guy has a profile picture. Unless you've uploaded a fucking video at some point, you are not getting in. He'd uploaded 2 videos.
Yeah, you made his account look legitimate.
Yeah.
It's just like those so-called sleeper cells. They integrate themselves into society and then all of a sudden go boom.
As I said, I mean, I was trying to be cautious with this shit. But at the same point, I was trying to give, people that I'd never heard of before a chance to enter and join the conversation. Oh, fucking well. I tried.
Okay, I've got something interesting. Apparently, the Islamic State, or Islamic religious leaders and environmental leaders are calling for the end of fossil fuel use by the year 2050.
Pure profit.
You mean like ISIL, or do you mean Islamic State?
Yeah, that's why I tried to correct myself. Islamic environmental and religious leaders have called on rich and oil-producing nations to rapidly embrace renewable energy. And they've requested by 2015 all fossil fuel use to be over. There's the BBC story on the side.
Well, I mean, realistically, if we were to sit there and move away from fossil fuels, or rather, if we didn't move away from fossil fuels, the whole greenhouse effect thing's going to fuck them first.
Yep.
Well, maybe at the rate we're using it.
Yeah, but I got a question though. How is that going to benefit them when that's how most of those countries are making their money?
Well, here's the thing is, yes, that's how they're making most of their money. Now, there are other products that things like oil and whatnot are used for, like plastics and this kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's actually for the majority of what the oil's actually used from Saudi Arabia. It's not to go to gas.
Yeah.
Well, also, it's the climate change does have a part to play in ISIL or ISIS or whatever the hell.
Yeah, it funds them. Right?
Well, because the droughts around Syria, the aquifers have been drying up, so all the farmers moved to the city, which made right pickings and right attitudes, frustrated attitudes, to have a lot of people come on board or just desperate enough that nothing else was coming along. So that actually fueled the war in Syria and hence now the Islamic State.
And if you look at like the map of where ISIL is actually holding out at, you'll notice it's along main corridor routes and stuff like that. Like they don't have like a defined border like you would find with like a state, right? What it looks like is a bunch of like veins running around everywhere. It's all along major routes and certain villages and towns and stuff like that, right? So
well,
you can go right through ISIL territory and possibly never even hit one of them at all, right? Unless you go along the main routes, right? So.
Well, it's just like any bacterium that they have starter cells and then they branch out in effective ways and along main routes to join up and take up and then spread out from there.
Yeah, they're just taking the path of least resistance, right? So.
Yep. Old tactics.
It's not actually easy because they yoke too. So it's not really a path. They yoke from place to place. I mean, right now there is a big problem in Libya, which is nowhere near Syria, but there is a big presence with ISIS in Libya.
Yeah, and those are no different than your splinter groups from, let's say, like Al Qaeda or whatever. They pledge allegiance to those groups, but they may have their own motivations and intentions along the way, right? So what happens is you're going to have these little pocket groups that are going to all of a sudden go, well, these guys kind of side with us. So it's basically a bunch of allegiance type people that are popping up with maybe similar ideologies, and they're just kind of doing their own thing, right?
That's why they call it a caliphate. Not just because religious, it's devotional towards or
yeah. So when you actually use like the Islamic State as a title, maybe the main group has like a hierarchy, and so all the groups have a hierarchy, but they're not all exactly the same. Like even Al Qaeda thinks that ISIL's kind of frickin' screwy, right? So some of those guys from Al Qaeda went over to ISIL. Some, if you go back to even Afghanistan, where you got like the Mujahideen and all that other stuff, there's different groups of people that have different interests, and they just kind of go where either it benefits their interests, either being money, power, land, or whatever it may be, right? So.
Yeah. It's fucked up regardless.
Yeah, well, the way I like to kind of think of it is it's like tribal warfare, but in the virus type that kind of spreads, right? So as they're moving through certain areas, they are able to recruit certain people that approve their ideology or either have succumbed to the pressure or the will of ISIL, in the fear of being beheaded or killed or whatever, right? Decided to fight for them. And as and as we know,
a good portion of those who are fighting of their own volition, of those who are fighting because they don't know what else to do. The United States is actually partly responsible for that, and I'm not talking about anything previous. I'm talking about what's currently going on. Every time we pick up drones, that actually aggravates a lot of people, and then they end up joining ISIS.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. Some of this is monster. I think that most of the first world country, it's kind of a shit sandwich that we unintentionally made on our own because of unintended consequences.
Intended consequences in some instances, but the only way in which you don't get that is you have Saudi Arabia actually taking over.
I don't understand how Saudi Arabia links to ISIL the way that you're trying to put it.
No, talking about Saudi Arabia taking over the efforts to stop them.
Okay. I don't know what they're...
Yeah.
It's really hard to determine, as even for myself, to know what their actual will is and what they're actually trying to do. So I know we hear stuff, but and I'm not saying it's false or anything, but like I can go back to, we can talk about the recent campaign in Afghanistan, where we had countries actually participating in that campaign, and meanwhile they had soldiers there that did not even leave their camps, and it was only just to plant the flag there, right? So what is will, so. Is Saudi Arabia just trying, I don't know too much about what they're doing, but I'm just speculating. Are they just worried about their borders and what's internal, or they
You
actually.
You want to know why Saudi Arabia actually hasn't done anything?
Okay, you tell me.
What it revolves around is because we're doing something. Why should they have to do anything? Why should they waste any resources when the United States is willing to put up all of them?
The United States is not putting up all of them.
Well, the United States and other countries, but Saudi Arabia has is the fourth largest military spender.
Saudi Arabia is at war in Yemen, don't forget. They are actually at war, the Saudi Arabian army.
I actually agree with Boyka. I don't see any reasons why Saudi Arabia should get involved into that. They have no reason at all. They have no border reason. They have no economical reasons. But why should they get into that kind of shitstorm?
But in Yemen, I'm talking about with Yemen.
No, I know. I was talking about ISIS in general, not Yemen.
Oh, well, they're obviously support ISIS, but that's besides the point. But the actual visible war, boots on the ground, and all this kind of stuff, Yemen.
Yeah, no, but that's right there, right? That's a totally different issue, and I don't think we disagree with that whatsoever. Right, we know that that's a constant, like that's their main effort, right? So the thing is, we're just talking about the ISIL part of things, right? Not necessarily Yemen, right? So I don't know, it's political chessboard, right? So, and I do understand that if somebody else is doing something for you, the friend of your friend is, or the friend of your enemy is your friend, and all the other type of stuff. We can go back into even the Cold War. A lot of these problems stem back from there, or even back to the Crusades, right? And you look at it, the Americans were fighting the Russians in proxy with each other, for years and years and years.
The Prince of Saudi Arabia the family of Saudi Arabia does not like ISIS. As a matter of fact, they're slowly pushing towards, and I mean very slowly because it's very delicate, pushing towards a more modern Saudi Arabia. The reason they have to go slow is because there are a lot of fundamentalists in their own country, but that's why they go slow. But they don't like ISIS because it's the opposite of what they want. They want to be modernized so that way they can have more access to money and more access to commerce. And they can't do that if they're not modernized.
No, I mean, I agree with that. Nobody wants a conflict close to your country for whatever reason. And that I totally agree. But I don't, and I honestly don't know. There must be something that I don't know, but I don't see any reasons why they should get more involved. Especially what happens in Syria, that kind of place, because for them it's a lose-lose situation. They're gonna alienate some part of the Muslim world anyway, for something that is really, it's over there. It doesn't touch their interests at all.
Unfortunately, I think that we've all lost already, including ISIL, right? And it's unfortunate, but I have a harsh type of stance on ISIL. And as much as I'd like all of us to get together and go kick the shit out of them, I don't think that's a solution. Only being that
it'll cause more people to uprise. But the reason you have Saudi Arabia handle it is because they have, in terms of credibility amongst the people. And I don't mean necessarily they take them out, but yeah, Saudi Arabia, if you look up the quotes, has said they're an issue, they're a concern and a threat. But in terms of dealing with them on any level, Saudi Arabia needs to lead the charge because they have credibility. So if a treaty was formed, people would more likely keep it with Saudi Arabia than another country.
And I don't have an issue with that, right? I was moving along that path of what you were talking about, but I was more into Saudi Arabia, but the thing is, a lot of those locals, what I think need to do is stand back, monitor, and we still have our boots on the ground, but not active fighting, right? We need to have the local resources actually put up the fight. Have them.
We need to support Saudi because they are military big enough to actually enforce any agreement.
As much as I disagree with Saudi Arabia, I don't think that necessarily we go in full allyship with them.
No, we just support them.
Supporting the locals that are in the affected areas.
Yeah.
Right.
And that is, like I said, that's something that needs to be led by Saudi Arabia because that's where you're gonna get the best result in terms of keeping treaties and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't think that will ever happen. Saudi Arabia has been pretty sneaky the last 20 or 30 years about conflict in the areas. They never get involved directly. Even with the Gulf War, they just give the basis and that's it. So I don't know. I will probably see Syria more than Saudi Arabia right now because of reasons. I mean, they're over there, so they got to re-get their own country. But and again, I would probably be wrong in a week. I don't really see any direct involvement of Saudi Arabia in that. Well, they might internationally they might make a stance. Yeah, that I agree. But in practice, I don't know.
You look at countries like Syria and Jordan. With a little bit of support, they can mount up probably a pretty good fight, and then.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Syria, they are in Syria. Most of them are actually in Syria. The Turkish, it's not a country because they're at their borders. So, but that area is one thing. The reason I said before about Libya is that I think this is where the real clusterfuck is. And people haven't noticed too much right now, but this is a real clusterfuck.
So what have you been hearing about Libya, though? Educate us. You're a little bit closer, so.
The problem with Libya compared to the one with Syria is that if tomorrow, I don't know, I don't think it's going to happen, but if tomorrow Syria says, you know what, fuck it, we got to get those guys back, and we got to take back our nation, and we need help, we'll give you everything we have. That's a war, because we know how far Syria is going to go. We know how far Turkey is going to go. There is actually a border, and there is actually a state where ISIS is in there. The problem with Libya is that there is no state. There is no government. There are free governments in Libya. Libya
is still recovering, right? So
no. Libya is not recovering at all. Libya is a fucking mess.
Sorry, I was giving it a bit more credit.
No, I understand. But right now in Libya, there are free governments, and none of those governments recognizes the other government. See what I mean? If that situation is not treated properly and fucking fast, that's gonna be the next Somalia. And I don't know if you guys remember what Somalia was, the kind of shitstorm that Somalia was and is still now. It's basically a piece of land where there are warlords, which claim, pieces of the land, and that's it. And that's going to be a big problem because in Libya right now there is nothing which can even say to anybody, let it be NATO or UN or whatever the hell you name it, please help us get us back our nation, because nobody's got a nation over there.
Yeah, and Canada's part to blame for certain things in Libya. We had quite an aggressive bombing campaign there, and so you don't hear anything on the news right now what we're doing to help establish a new government or participate in whatever, right? Right now it's completely off the news, right? It's off the mark. ISIL's taken its place on the news and the elections and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so you don't know who to help in Libya. I mean, when that shit happens in Yugoslavia, at least Yugoslavia was a federation of states. Okay? Yeah. They started killing each other, but it was a federation of states. So, there were governments fighting each other. But over there, it's like the Wild West. Really, it is the Wild West.
Yeah, and they're totally two different situations completely. Like, at least they all have their own forms of government. They have defined borders. They have defined infrastructure and everything like that. But you go to like Libya or something like that, it's like it's not even a pie, right? You can't divide it up like that. It's
exactly.
like mashed potatoes with different flavoring in it.
Hey, Heavy.
If right now you want to put some boots in Libya, you got to be prepared to shoot everybody, and I mean fucking everybody, because there won't be any faction with a uniform that you can recognize as ally. Woohoo! Yeah.
Well, yeah, everything's changed. It's like asymmetrical warfare nowadays, right? You could be shot from any direction. And
that's one of the big problems that Europe has right now concerning immigration. That most of them they live from Libya, and even if you want to get an agreement with some kind of government, just to tell the guys, okay, we'll give you help, trying to regulate that stuff, you can do that with everybody. But with Libya, the only way you can stop immigration from Libya is actually going there and say, you know what, fuck it, this is my country right now, and we call it, I don't know, Frank. It's
This is Bob Jones. But to the point of why should the Saudi Arabia government get involved when in actuality they make the stance of that ISIS is a threat to them. But either way, ISIS is way closer to Saudi Arabia than they are to the United States, the UK, and pretty much a good portion of the UN. But it still doesn't mean we shouldn't do something about it.
If you guys ever want to watch
they could easily move over to Saudi Arabia, so that's...
Oh, well, no, you're right. I mean, no, you're right. You're talking they should, and I agree with you. The same way that I agree with you that they might make an international stance on the situation. I totally agree with you. The problem is that I don't think they will actually do anything. I mean, unless they start invading,
they won't do anything until we say, hey, you need to lead the charge, and we'll move the hell out of your way, but we'll help you.
You can't tell another state exactly to do that. You can encourage them, but you're never going to be able to do that unless you convince them, right?
That's the summation of what you're saying. I'm not saying that's exactly what they're going to say. I'm saying that's the summation of what they will say.
But the thing is, if you guys ever want to watch something funny about the Middle East and stuff like that, check out, it's an old video, maybe even from the late 70s into the 80s, I can't recall, and it may have been made by the guys from, what do you call it, the Holy Grail guys, Monty Python guys. It's called Between Iraq and a Hard Place. And it goes back to basically like after the First World War and divisions of borders and everything like that in the Middle East, right? So, because a lot of these issues that we're dealing with are like systemic from previous things that have happened, right? So, tribal states were told to have borders that they didn't even recognize, and all this other type of stuff, right? So,
yeah, it's definitely not Python.
It's what? Sorry?
Definitely not Python.
Oh, okay. I wasn't too sure.
Yeah.
I thought there might have been some guys that were in it. So
Jeff Atkinson, John Bird were a couple of the writers and directors. Yeah, nobody associated. Nope, and nope.
It is funny though. If you like that type of stuff, you might find it kind of humorous, but in a dark kind of way.
Cool. Rory Bremer is his name. That's the star of it, or the big guy behind it.
And it has that documentary feel to it, right? So.
Yeah. Has an 8.5 on IMDb, so hey. Cool. Well, the whole war was a bit of a joke anyway. That's a different matter.
But like, it's a very fluid environment right now. You know, no wonder the Christians think that the world is going to hell when I don't think it's all that bad, really. It's been a lot worse, right?
A lot worse, yeah. But then again, we haven't had the tools to extinguish ourselves either, so.
Yeah. But I think that, and I hate to say this to my Yankee neighbors to the south, I think that they made some of their own bed and they have to sleep in it.
Oh,
So,
that's obvious. Just have to get the right people in there to own up to it.
Yeah, silly me. I just responded to a post by Arcane Dipshit.
Oh joy.
oh, did you lose some? Did you lose some brain cells when you made that post, or what?
I posted because I was losing brain cells by reading what had been posted.
Oh, if that's the case, it probably wasn't a good response then.
No, it's some stupid anti-abortion meme thing that, you know, someone like done all kinds of abortions, then gives their account of this one case, and I'm like, okay.
Oh, is that anti-abortion video that shows, I think the thumbnail shows 5 pregnant women at different stages of pregnancy?
It tells a story of a guy who used to perform abortions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The kicker is that at this what they're talking about. I'm putting a link over to the right here. I'm not putting in the actual conversation externally, so sorry about that. But this is the developmental stage and scale of the quote unquote fetus in this story, which I think the story's bullshit.
Oh, doesn't that go back to the time where they used to like show kids in school the different size fetus and stuff like that, and similar type of?
Oh, hell, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it ended up being all freaking crap.
Yeah.
But that's the actual developmental stage that they're talking about in this. Now, the kicker is, let's see if I can find the actual post that I was kind of that annoyed me. Give me 1 second. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Now, keeping in mind for those of you that have gone and looked at that little image to get scale. My 23rd abortion changed my mind about doing abortions forever. The water broke, but then nothing more would come out. Okay, so the mother suffering from toxemia, we have that established. When I withdrew the curette, I saw it was plugged up with the leg of a baby which had been torn off. Okay, now look at the scale there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Then after this, it goes on to claim that then they had to change techniques, so they had to take that. Oh, gee whiz, there's leg in it. Eek, put it down. Go grab your other tools, which lets you know ring forceps to then dismember the 13 to 14 week sized baby. Okay. Now, how long do you think that would take?
13 to 14 weeks.
No. Who's Coco tear apart this thing that we're now looking at in the sidebar?
No slower than taking a scoop of ice cream.
No. But at the same point, making it, oh no, inside the remains of the rib cage. Now, mind you, the leg has been torn off at this point. Oh, shit. Good job, puppy. Inside of the rib cage, I found a tiny beating heart. You ripped the leg off. It would have bled out already. If you completely torn the leg off, there's no way that little heart's still beating. Bullshit.
No, that's true.
When I was finally able to remove the head, looked squarely in the face of the human being. How human does that actually look in the picture? Just, you know.
Humanoid.
It's vaguely humanoid. It looks more alien than humanoid at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, this is all to get that bullshit.
You got to remember, a lot of these fetuses all look the same, simply because we all come from the same place, right?
Well, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Either this account is complete bullshit, or it's been embellished to fuck to try and get to people.
Oh,
yeah, embellished that much, I question the entire fucking thing.
It's appeal to emotion, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, not fucking buying it, guys. Bullshit. That
Actually, I had to see my social worker today, and we often talk about stuff, and she mentioned at one point, well, it's like some of the people I talk to are pro-life or pro-abortion. I'm like, oh, excuse me. I'm like, pro-abortion? What does that mean? Right? You know, it's like,
yeah, it's not pro-abortion, it's pro-choice to have one.
Yeah, I had to correct her on it. And she was like, oh, I never even thought about it that way before.
Honey, you're pro-retroactive abortion, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I was like, if I was pro-abortion, I'd be like, yeah, honey, you know, we're not going to dome up or anything like that. Let me know if you're pregnant. Oh, I'm pregnant. Okay, I'm going to push you down the stairs.
Yeah.
Hey, baby, I'm pregnant again. Oh, okay, let's get the telephone book and the baseball bat, you know? It's like
Well, I mean, the punchline, though, is, now you guys, looking at the scale of that, if this person had to go through these great lengths to get that child out of a mother, there was no fucking way it was going to be born to begin with.
Nope.
I mean, the lack of amniotic fluid would be a clear sign of toxemia to begin with, which can put mother as well as child's life in jeopardy. And then on top of that, if there's no way that, if that can't actually be simply sucked down the vaginal canal, yeah, there's no way that that person's going to be able to give birth to the child anyway. No fucking way. Because that thing's the width of a fucking finger. Bullshit. I call bullshit.
All bullshit. Maybe you should,
but when you tell the story, people picture, you know, like in a leg that's substantial size and a child that's a substantial size. No! It's the size of your fucking fingertip, man.
No, it's smaller than a Barbie. They just picture it fully formed.
Yeah, well, they picture it not only fully formed, but they picture it, well, about the size of a Barbie, probably. But this thing's like the size of the tip of your thumb, maybe.
Yeah.
Fucking minuscule frog-looking thing. Give me a fucking break.
Well,
but it's a human life, not a parasite.
It's a parasitic human life.
I was fucking teasing.
Oh, I know.
All right.
You're going to tease,
Just because it's a potential human being doesn't mean anything.
You know what kind of gets my gears in this is that these people that peddle this stuff dismiss the fact of how people like maybe myself and your guys' selves actually feel about abortion. That they think that it's so dismissive, you know, that they think that it's an easy choice to make with very little consequences or anything like that whatsoever. You know,
it's a horrendous choice to have to make for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, just for scale, take a look at that and just ignore the fact that it says aliens. Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
A lot bigger, actually.
Well, yeah, that's further along. What it actually is. Now, the reason why people say it's an alien is because of the shape of the head and the fact that it's missing some ribs.
Yeah.
The ribs are missing because they haven't fully developed. The shape of the head is that way because, again, it's not fully developed. What you're looking at here was a fetus that was stillborn.
Yeah.
It's a miscarriage.
Yeah.
This was found buried in a church cemetery.
Yep. Oh no, aliens! Yeah.
There is something I told one of the young troops.
By the way, that was about 16,
maybe
not 13 weeks, probably 16 days.
Yeah.
Maybe like 5 years ago, I made a statement to one of these guys that were working with me. He was a complete idiot, and I told him, "Where's the fucking coat hanger? I'm gonna finish the job your mother started."
Oh.
Right?
But I mean, that's the thing, is these idiots are under the assumption that if abortion is illegal, that they won't happen.
No, you're going to go back to your back alley abortions with the clothes hanger and everything like that, right?
Oh, yeah. It's just going to mean more dead women.
Well, it's the whole mindset which you find in religions. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. And it's just, we're not going to deal with it, so nobody's going to deal with it.
Fine.
It's not happening.
Agree. We'll put the Planned Parenthood clinics on the side streets, not main streets.
I think the only type of pro-choice abortion type people that kind of drive me crazy are the people that are worried about overpopulation and stuff like that, because they do it for their stance is for a completely different background or reason, right? Well, we're overpopulated, so who cares if we're aborting a bunch of people? Oh, well, that doesn't put much thought into it, right? You know.
The thing is, having gone through psych wards as a child and all this other stuff, and having been adopted myself, a lot, people would get talking. They're like, "Oh, you were adopted too," and we'd get into these discussions. And a lot of these kids that get adopted end up fucking miserable, having horrendous lives. And a lot of people that aren't even adopted have similar lives and wish they were fucking aborted. I mean, you get into this, that it's like, in some cases it might have been a mercy.
Yeah, well, that's a totally, and that, yes, with what I said, that's a completely, an anti-natalist type of idea.
I would agree, yeah, but it's, yeah.
Like, it wasn't my choice to be born or whatever. And,
well, actually, that's not really where I was trying to go with that, quite honestly.
No, but there's people that run that way too, right? So.
Yeah, but this is more along the lines of, if, depending, they always say, what if you were aborted? Well, there's some people that might have had a better time if they were, so to speak,
Yeah.
But the punchline of this all is, if this theoretical God character came down and said, the child you're going to bear is the Antichrist, you must get rid of it.
Yeah, I still like the idea that God is the biggest aborter ever anyways, right? So.
Technically is.
Yeah.
And not only that, willing to have people massacre or commit genocide in his name, right?
Hang on. What's your mental image?
I have a mental image. We live in an open area.
Ooh, ouch.
Oh.
Echo. Say again, Red. Say again.
We live in an open carry state where certain types of assault rifles are legal. And the same people who are pro us carrying these freely
and shooting people as needed
are anti-abortion.
Well, abortion is just standing your ground against the next generation coming up to replace you.
Well, my thought is the next time a woman is going in for a legal abortion and there's all these picketers and she's having problems, she just needs to borrow an assault rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you won't need a bodyguard to get her in.
Oh, come on. That's not right.
No. I mean, the thing is, if these people were shooting the child, they'd probably be fine with it. As long as it was born first.
Yeah.
Well, and we all know this simple argument.
Now, hold on, guys. Red never said the assault rifle had to be loaded.
No. And I didn't say that she needed to shoot her way in, either.
Yeah.
I'd just like to see them mess with a pissed-off pregnant woman with a fucking assault rifle.
Yeah,
see, luckily where I live, we don't have stuff like that necessarily happen. That's like a United States thing only, where you guys like eat too much Fruit Loops and Cheerios and sugar foods.
No, it's entirely the Fruit Loops, dude. It's the Fruit Loops.
It's the Fruit Loops because we eat Cheerios here in Canada.
Yeah, the Fruit Loops. Yeah. And you know what they say: you are what you eat. They become Fruit Loops.
We just balance out our crazy with all the craft dinner and poutine.
Because the thing is, here in Canada, yes, we have our anti-abortion type people and stuff like that, but I don't know, maybe Paranor can tell me, but I don't recall anybody ever shooting an abortion doctor up here. So,
maybe in Toronto, but I don't know.
Oh, let's find out. We have the internet. Let's see here.
Didn't it happen in Vancouver?
Not that I'm aware of, or if it did happen, it was before I lived here.
I'm pretty sure West Vancouver. Look it up.
Let's see.
But the thing is, even if it was the case, it'd be like a one-off, type of thing, right? And,
well, we don't have as much violent crazy now.
No. Hey, somebody brought up the other day, what was it, Detroit, and what's the Canadian city, Windsor?
Yeah.
Somebody brought that up. I was listening to a hangout and the differences between the two communities, right? So.
Are you trying to mute this stupid thing? Dang it! Stop that.
All right. Okay. According to Wikipedia, we've had a few attempted murders, and that's stemming between 94, 95, 97, and 2000. And we've had a few bombings and property damage in 1992.
You know what? Our FLQ crisis was probably a lot worse.
Yeah. Or what about that guy that was in the gallery in the Parliament who was going to blow it up with a bomb? He was going to throw over.
Well,
He
yeah.
went in the washroom to make some adjustments and blew himself up.
He was freaking no. Did he blow himself up?
He blew himself up in the wash, blew his arm and half his torso
Sorry,
off.
the gallery of where? Sorry.
Okay, in the federal Parliament.
Oh, I was thinking you were talking about the.
You could look. You could sit up there and look down.
Yeah.
Watch.
Sorry,
So
I was thinking
he
of.
got up. He went to the washroom to arm the explosives he had, and then as he was leaving the washroom, it detonated, blowing off his arm and part of his torso.
I was thinking more of the
heavy door on the washroom. Basically, the washroom was destroyed, but everything else was fine, and everyone outside the washroom was unharmed.
Yeah. No, sorry, I've mistaken you for the Quebec legislature where a distraught soldier went in with an SMG, and the sergeant at arms talked them down, and he
No,
was
that wasn't a sergeant at arms. That was an MP or MPP.
or was it an MP or something?
Yeah.
But anyways, he was
One of the
an
guys
ex-soldier.
went in and took the place of the hostage. Said, "Look, you let them go, and I'll come in and sit down with them." They just sat there and talked to the guy for a while.
See, but that's how Canadian stuff typically
Yeah.
works, right? You know, like.
But then
in
if
this-
you actually do get into the federal building and start shooting the place up, the sergeant at arms just comes out and shoots you. Done.
Yo, did you ever see the there was a clip they pasted his face on top of Neo from the Matrix and he's running through the hallway flipping up the wall and shooting his gun because there's a funny animated gif, but this guy here, well, he was ex-RCMP, right?
Yeah.
And it's quite comical, but the so-called truther movement has been moving up into Canada for a while.
Oh.
And
Truther.
yeah,
9/11
falser.
truther.
Yeah, he's a falser, this guy as well, right? And Islami is semi-Islam type mixture type guy, right? So, like the guy that was running around Moncton, he was one of those Alex Jones fanboys as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I've got to share this. So I shared that image with this thread on the stupid thing and saying, you know, and he responds to me saying, yeah, no, it's more like this, and links me to some video on some place called babycenterco.uk that's supposed to be showing a baby between 10 and 14 weeks. It's a 3D model. So an actual fetus that's at that stage of development is somehow less reliable than a 3D rendering? A 3D depiction? What the fuck, dude? Really?
Yeah.
No, it's not like the actual fetus. It's more like this 3D model of the fetus. Dude, really?
Well, you don't go to Arcane Logos for the actual
he's
thought out response. He's the one you go to for the Yuck Monkey.
No, I just think that was epically.
No, that's like saying Iraq has weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And they have a mobile lab for making anthrax. We have this artist rendition of the truck.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No photos, but we have a picture we drew.
I'm going to swap devices here. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I actually need to go ahead and take off. Start getting ready for work, so we will catch y'all later.
Oh, see you later,
man.
Pseudonym. This is my first time ever to talk to you, I think, so I look forward to future conversations.
Actually, no, you've been here before.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
No, I've been here in these conversations, but it was just Pseudonym. But Van the Man, I've talked to you before, so here, I'll be right back. I'm swapping to my computer.
Yeah, with the eternal shuffle, you've been spotted. Fucking hilarious. 3D animation is somehow more accurate than an actual fetus. A 3D model that shows no scale, mind you. That's fucking beautiful.
So what? What are you saying? It's 12 feet tall?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Here's an actual fucking fetus. Oh no, it's more like the 3D model, dude. What the fuck? Our fail argument is fail.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Good. At least I could spew my bullshit on you guys.
Yeah.
And Fabio is still here. What is it, like 2 in the morning for you?
It is 2 in the morning, yeah, but I'm soon gonna be going. Yeah.
You need some more wine, man. More vino.
No. Wow.
Moron. I love that shit.
Fabio, do you have a Ferrari? Everybody in Italy has a Ferrari.
Yeah, I got to. Yeah.
Yeah, his other car is a Ferrari.
Yeah, the other one's a Ferrari. And then he has a crotch rocket as his main ride.
No, he has a Vespa.
No, he doesn't. He has a TARDIS.
TARDIS, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's got a TARDIS door there.
Yeah.
Fabio, is that
actually there is?
Is that cassette tapes behind you on the wall?
Yes, they are.
Stop dating him, man.
Fabio is not much of a hipster. He skipped over vinyl and went right to cassette tapes.
At least they're not 8-tracks.
Hey, I was just about to say that. Yep.
You want me to show my vinyls? Because I got them over there, actually. So, yeah, I've got them.
Oh, baby, show me your vinyls. Show me your vinyls.
Yeah. You wish.
It's limp like the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
We can do that. We cannot do that unless we want to have another channel flag. I can't show you my vinyl.
The only question there, Fabio, is are they 78s, 33s, or the Quickie 45s?
They're all 33s. Yeah.
Average flavor.
Yes.
I still, well, no, I don't anymore. Never mind.
I used to have a stereo that had play records, had an 8-track thing deck in it, and it also had a cassette. So I'd be sitting there making 8 tracks and cassettes, so going from 8 tracks to cassettes or back and forth. That was fun.
I still have a working 8-track player, just saying.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. It's a cute little thing.
Every now and then I still see those 8 tracks at flea markets now.
You ever remember when they came out with tapes? You had the 8-track that you could put the tape in, so you can as an adapter.
Yep, I do. I do. I was born in '68.
I had an uncle who passed away lately, in the last few years. He was an audiophile and sound technician.
Oh, cool.
And well, that's what he was. He rented out sound like equipment and stuff to musicians and things. And in his house, he had everything from wax cylinders to controllers and gramophones, right on up through into CDs before he passed away.
Nice.
So he had the entire history of recording.
Oh.
I just don't know if he had a wire recorder.
All right.
And he had something to play it on too, so it wasn't just the media itself.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah.
That's the old tech is very interesting. Loves it.
Oh, and you left out reel to reel. That was some awesome stuff.
That's where I learned editing. I literally cut tape in my classes.
I think a guy I used to room with had a reel to reel, and he was telling me about how you can like layer stuff over each other and all the different tracks. all the different things you could do with it. Sound was amazing.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, and there's different reel-to-reels. You could this typical was 4-track, but you could get 8-track and even 16. That got into some interesting shit, especially when you're overdubbing.
I like reel-to-reel. I put the link in the side there, but reel-to-reel has actually always been like a big part of my life. Or am I talking about the wrong reel-to-reel?
Reel-to-reel recording for audio.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the group.
Oh, no.
Just teasing.
Hey, Jess. Yeah, yeah. Oh,
it's Giswold. I like Giswold. He's funny.
I like.
Yeah, I saw he was off hanging with Jello. Then someone to invite the two of them. And of course, Google being a bitch, I don't accept the invite properly, so I sent it to him separate. Because Google sucks.
It does indeed.
Of course, I'm half tempted to invite Arcane, call him an idiot, and throw him out of the room.
Please, we could use some lulls.
World's dumbest fucking argument. Holy shit.
Like, he comes in and you go, all together now, and everybody goes, you're an idiot.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. You sit there and you send him a link. Here is an image of an actual child at the 13th week of development. The picture was taken by the mother who had a miscarriage. And he's sitting there saying, I'm sorry, but that looks bootleg. That's not even high def. I'm like, dude, are you fucking shitting me? Are you fucking... I'm sorry, next time the woman has a miscarriage, I'll make sure she gets a better camera. Come on, fuck off.
Hell. It's not real, I can see the pixels.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah.
Hey, Heavy Hauler, with all those boxes, do you have stuff like tucked away in there and you're going to sell it after you die or something?
No, they're all empties. They're just there for display purposes.
No, actually, those are things I have ready to sell on eBay.
Holy shit, man. You're like collector extraordinaire.
Well, I collect Power Ranger and Super Sentai stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some of your stuff, and I've seen your background many, many times, but I find it most intriguing.
Yeah, I don't need kids. I am the kid.
Listen, when you're a collector like Heavy and you have all this stuff, you can organize it, label it, catalog it, and when you die, your family doesn't sell the shit and make money off it. They just throw it out.
Yeah, no, or they just give it to somebody else, right?
Yeah.
But like seriously, like Lego, like my girlfriend got me into Lego again, and we have like a whole street. I have a train that goes around the tree at Christmas. I'm into more of the Technic stuff. And
how is this, Boca? Lego is the new thing that organized crime is stealing.
No, really? It's expensive shit, right? So it's like crack. So
and some Lego sets very quickly become discontinued, and their value can double and triple very quickly.
I know. We bought some
people who've actually invested in Lego as a short-term investment. They buy a quantity of it, but they got so much they actually put it in a storage locker.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Now, when they show up later to collect items out to sell, they actually discover the storage locker's been broken into.
Oh, crazy.
And their Lego has been stolen.
And they go nuts.
But the thing was, we're not talking one or two sets here. We're talking there was $40,000 Lego.
Yeah.
And that was the real value.
Lego is fucking expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lego is the biggest tire manufacturer in the world by tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Disney has the largest flotilla in the world.
But I tell you, like, I enjoy every moment with my Legos. I have, like, bins and bins of stuff since I got back into it. And we're always building stuff, and we do stuff together, right? Yeah. Except she's a directions-only person, and I'm a master builder. So,
What's so cool is if you get a lot of different sets, like tractor trailer rigs or space shuttles or this, that, you get a lot of these oddball, really cool shapes that you can use to make stuff.
Oh yeah, specialty parts.
Yeah.
So what I do is I go to an actual site called iBrickit or whatever it is, and I go on there and I see what some of the people have built, and yeah, they give you directions. You can get a 3D rendering thing where you can actually put all this together and stuff. But the thing is, mostly I just go for ideas, like, oh, how to make a shifting transfer case or whatever, right? I might go there and follow that part of the directions, and then I apply that to my build, right? Because with Lego Technics, you have all this IR stuff, right? So I have the motors, the IR receivers, and the different controllers. So when I build my train, I couldn't put the motor in the actual locomotive, which kind of actually sucked. I had to actually put it in the coal car, right? And then the battery pack, where to hide that. So you're dealing with all the electronics plus how to actually build certain things in the proper proportions with the rest of the model that you're building, right?
Yeah.
But like my girlfriend here, she has like, I had to put up shelves for her so she can put up her like city set and stuff like that with all these buildings that connect with each other and stuff, and running from shelf to shelf to shelf. And she bought stuff from the Lego movie, and there's always like shit showing up at the house all the time that we accidentally ordered the same thing twice, and so we take that and put that item away.
No. You never accidentally order 2 sets of Lego twice.
Well, according to her, we do.
One is to build, and the other is to put away.
Yeah.
For future use.
Yeah. So, around Christmas, like, because I have way more holidays than my girlfriend, right? So I'm the one that has to do all the building for the Christmas stuff, and to a certain degree. She does a lot, but I have to, it takes me longer because I like to build. She likes sticking to the plan, so for her it's easy, right? So
you must be a big Minecraft player then.
No, I don't even play Minecraft. I have no idea what Minecraft is. The first time
It's a video game Lego. That's exactly what it is.
And I've heard that, and but the thing is, I don't think that it could ever substitute the real thing, right?
You better think again.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to try it out. But the only video I actually seen on it was JD Kane made one recently about him and his daughter's little Minecraft setup, which seemed kind of interesting.
Oh no,
right?
there's people out there who do amazing things with it.
Oh.
And there's special
16-bit computer inside Minecraft.
I'll find you a video.
Yeah, and there's special things you get, blocks or whatever, and they can.
They are actually Lego's actually releasing a Minecraft edition set, I believe.
Oh, they have quite a few mini sets out that are based off of Minecraft. They have these cube things that they send out, right?
Oh no, they've got bigger sets than that now.
Oh really? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm a little behind the
like
times.
Lego play sets.
Crap.
I'm gonna have to buy Legos again because I'm having a kid, so they're gonna want Legos. So I'm now gonna have to. I haven't had Legos in such a long time. I'm now gonna have to get used to walking around my house like it's a goddamn active minefield.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we bring the nieces over. We have boxes of doubles, and they just frickin' love it, right? And they'll sit here, watch My Little Pony or whatever on Netflix, and build Lego. You know, we pump them full of ice cream. They love the frickin' car wash, right? We take them through the drive-through car wash, and we take them out for a drive-through meal. Like, I'm not talking about, like, you know, drive-through at McDonald's, but if you go to, like, what do you call it, White Spot, they bring out the trays that go from window to window. They're so easy to entertain. It's ridiculous, right? I wish if I ever had kids, that's the way they would be, right?
How do you pronounce your alias? Boca?
Bohica.
Bohica.
Yeah, Bohica means it's actually an initialism for bend over, here it comes again.
Sorry, I froze there for a second.
Oh, sorry. Bohica means bend over, here it comes again. And drop short is when something you don't want, like when artillery, when they're firing at their objective, you don't want artillery rounds dropping short onto your position.
That's true.
Okay. Bend over, here it comes again.
Bohica, there's a link for you. Now that's just a look at what's been built. Okay. But just to see what's been built is kind of interesting. And then add monsters and everything for random adventure. So
I'll tell you what, if you want to understand Minecraft, go and watch the Dark Matter video, God Plays Minecraft.
I did
it's
see
so
that.
fucking funny.
That I did see that, and I think I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again because I think I dismissed it. So I think I watched it but didn't realize what was going on. So
you want to know about a technical build in Minecraft? Somebody's built processors. They built an SSD hard drive in Minecraft.
Really?
Yeah, they've actually built practically full computers inside Minecraft. It's fucking nuts. And then you can get into mods. This is just vanilla. That's just vanilla. But you can change the resource pack so it changes the texture and everything, so you can have a medieval theme or a spacey theme or something like that. So.
Oh yeah.
The honest game trailer of it's quite good because it goes through like some of the impressive builds that people have done. Like people have built like Minas Tirith and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of that's actually not built. That's done with the what do you call that? It's a software that goes over a top.
Not always. Middle Earth is about 60%. There's actual server Middle Earth that's 60% community build. Okay. And they may have plans produced by software, but most of it is not imported. It's actually built by quote unquote hand.
Because the one of Denmark was done by software.
Oh, you'd have to.
And then,
Ireland's doing
then people were allowed to go walk around it and whatever, and a bunch of people wrecked portions of it. They're like,
yeah, it resets.
Now we're just going to leave
it. They're doing Ireland too, I think. Okay. Well, what a way to get kids interested in almost anything, because you could put, civic instructions in it. You could do an economy inside of it, just on the quote unquote simple level for kids and that. And
you can teach them barter economy in there.
Yeah, I mean
they can barter trade with you on bread and milk and all that sort of stuff.
Diamonds, you show me your diamonds.
Yeah, but you always get someone who corners the market on sugarcane.
Yeah, well, that's easily fixed.
By destroying all the sugarcane they ever find and converting it into sugar so you can never produce more.
Still easily fixed.
Hey,
this
Paranora.
cane is on fire!
Yes?
Paranora.
Yes?
Are you...
Lost you. Uh-oh.
I'm back. There we go. I just walked outside. Sorry. I live in Vancouver, BC, but and I'm not asking for specifics or anything. But are you in the central or west, east?
Everybody forgets the fucking Maritimes. I'm Nova Scotia boy.
Oh, you're a Maritimer.
I'm a Maritimer.
To build the boat.
No, that's Newfoundland. That's Newfoundland and Cape Breton. No, I'm an hour away from Halifax, towards Yarmouth. So.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, no, Baptist galore, not nice.
Do you know what I enjoy about that? So I've been to Fredericton, Gagetown, right? And the colonial type look to the area and stuff like that is just phenomenal.
Oh, it's
right?
beautiful. It's beautiful. The architecture is beautiful. We still have forests and all of that. Ketchimakuchik is just incredible. You know, doesn't have the Rockies, but it's still beautiful anyway.
Yeah.
But the only problem with the area is that it's set your clock back 50 years, and very heavily Baptist. And I call it Alabama North for that, but beyond that, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's just stunning. I'd love to go fly my drone through there along the cliffs and everything like that. And
come over to the Annapolis Valley, specifically a place called Canning. Actually, it's past Canning, but Cape Colombo. Legend has it that what was the giant Indian giant? Glooskap. It was part of the Glooskap legends that he sat on it or something while waiting for the. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've looked into that.
And just so you know, for the rest of the viewers out there, it costs me more to fly to the east coast of Canada than it does for me to fly to Europe or Hawaii or anything.
Yep. Even in Nova Scotia, which is closer to, let's say, Britain, I still have to fly to Toronto and then out to UK if I wanted to. Mm-hmm. And it's still cheaper to fly there than it is to Vancouver. Fuck.
And recently there was a couple from Italy who went on a retirement trip, and their travel agent got them a deal because they wanted to go to Sydney, Australia, and they wound up in Sydney, Nova Scotia.
Oh, Christ.
That's horrible. How can that even...
But hey, they saved money on the trip.
Hell, the only interesting thing in Sydney, Cape Breton is the landscape. Yes, landscape.
Yeah. Potatoes? Maybe potatoes.
No.
Potatoes.
No, there's
I know that's a PEI thing, but potatoes.
Well, I will say the Cabot Trail, which goes around the Cape Breton Island, is rather spectacular. But Smoky Mountain or Smoky Hill, it's, let's just say there's more accidents on that than, it's windy, steep, and rigs have problems.
One thing that I do like about being up here is the Canadian Shield. If you ever have an opportunity, go hiking on there, and it's freaking stellar.
Oh, you mean Northern Ontario?
Yeah, well, other than the black flies and all that type of stuff, but
yeah. Haven't been. I've been. I was down southern Ontario for a while, Niagara Falls and that shit. Hamilton just stinks, literally. Yeah, Canadian Shield. Love to be up there. Rosie.
Where about in Ontario were you there, Bohica?
No, I'm not in Ontario. I'm in Vancouver, BC.
No, I mean, when you said you were in the
Flin Flon, the Paw.
Ooh, yeah, I know roughly where you're talking about.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, all that area. It's heavily tribal, kind of out of the main reaches of people. And Flin Flon has a mine there because I think it's bordered with Manitoba and Ontario. I think half the town. It's kind of like the same idea as in Alberta, Lloydminster, and what's the other town there on the other side of the border of Lloydminster with Alberta and Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
But you're in
I've been to Shiloh, Manitoba, Shiloh's Horde, Brandon, everywhere in Manitoba. If you
Flin Flon is Manitoba and Saskatchewan.
Yes, that's right. It's on that side. Yeah, the other way, not Ontario. So, but it's been so long since I've been out that way.
That's where we grow our pot.
BC, they grow a lot of pot in BC.
No, that's where the government
Nova Scotia too.
Down that mine. They put the medicinal marijuana grow-ops down there.
Oh yeah, the medical marijuana stuff. Yeah. No, there's a lot. There's a good amount of weed down in Nova Scotia too. There's great volcanic soil with a lot of marshland.
Well, there's like so many medicinal clinics popping up in Vancouver. It's like wildfire. It's like everywhere. You go It's like Starbucks.
Well, Vancouver is kind of like the California North in a way, especially with all the TV and film.
Yeah, and it's improved over the last. It was really good for a while, and then it kicked off again. So they're filming like the new Star Trek movie here. There was the potential of bumping into some of these actors if you're walking around town is actually pretty good, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
So.
Cool. Well, I mean,
actually, maybe Sid might know more about that because he actually lives a lot closer to that area than I do. But
I don't go out though, so I know nothing.
Oh, are you an introvert? Do you hate people?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome to the club.
Well, I mean, BC has mountains, it has a rainforest, and if I remember correctly, it has a desert, or Alberta side. I can't.
Oh no! The northern tip of the Californian desert actually goes into the Okanagan Valley, which is in the central part of British Columbia. I'm originally from the Okanagan Valley. I grew up in a little small town called Oliver, and they just had a fire there over the last few days.
Okay, yeah.
And so you probably heard maybe a little bit about it on the news. Little crack town as far as I'm concerned. And then from there I moved up to a city called Vernon, just north of Kelowna.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
I used to work. Sorry.
I lived there from '99 till 2011, and then in 2011 I moved to Vancouver. So.
Yeah, I used to work years ago. TELUS internet support.
Oh, okay, TELUS, yeah. I have a TELUS phone. My phone is TELUS. So. My internet is Shaw, so.
Screwed either way.
Well, the thing is, I don't have to. I like cable internet over. I've had both, and I switch as required. So if the one offers me a deal, then I go with DSL. If the other one offers me a deal, and then I get free internet either way, right? So
still TELUS's crap system. But I was working when they absorbed BC Tel.
Yeah. Oh shit! That was a long time ago, man.
That was when DSL was really hitting big. Yeah, holy shit. Unless they've improved that, or replaced, I should say, the infrastructure. Still shit. Anyway, I'm sure everybody's bored of this by now.
Yeah, we're talking about like Canadian violin type stuff, right? So, Canadiana.
It's one of my favorite things is I am Canadian.
That's what I'm drinking right now. I switched the beer from drinking. I was drinking cider, and maybe I'll have some vodka a little bit. Apparently, I might get in trouble when my girlfriend comes home because we're not supposed to be drinking alcohol right now. So.
Oh, why? Or to TMI?
No, it has nothing to do with drinking. It's about the sugar in it, right? We're supposed to be on a diet.
Top diet. Who knows? She may just say, "You bitch," and say, "Throw me too."
Yeah, I wish. No, she's been not very happy lately. Not with me, just in life in general. So, I'm her angel.
Her own personal Lucifer.
Well, look at my. Did you see my avatar?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I bought a T-shirt like that too.
Cool.
It's awesome, but people don't know what it is, right? So. I'm not Luciferian by any means. I just think it's funny, right? So
yeah. Oh, I hear you. It's kind of like a what was the joke, Headless? 3 squared triangle.
Oh yeah. Epi was trying to create this idea of a thing in a discussion to show that there's something that we can imagine, but we can't really imagine it physically, and that was a four-sided triangle.
was that was a 3-squared triangle, or
Yeah, no, I think he said a 4-sided
no,
triangle.
3-sided. Yeah, I can't remember.
Is a 4-sided triangle a pyramid?
No. There was actually no, I think it was a 3-sided square. That's what he came up with.
Oh yeah, 3-sided.
So then I showed him an image of Pythagoras' theorem.
Oh yeah.
Look, it's a triangle made of 3 squares, so it's a 3-square triangular.
Obviously, he doesn't know. He's never done construction before. If he doesn't know Pythagoras, so.
Well, actually,
So
Mac.
you may know the formula, but you may not understand it as a diagram with those 3 squares around a triangle.
Yeah.
And speaking of Max, he's released his video. If you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it yet. That one where he told Shadow, "Oh, you just wait for it." So.
Oh, no. I was listening to that conversation. So he released it. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Shadow shot him down, and I was listening, and I was in bed, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And he was like, "I don't care. I'm doing it anyways." And well, sorry, I'm dramatizing it up a bit.
Sorry,
but,
I just got to point something out here to Gabriel. Yeah, the POWs refused to leave. That's because when they were in the camps, we let them out to go swimming. They had jobs. You know, they were treated actually quite well.
Unfortunately,
and they actually got better food.
And unfortunately, BC didn't fare as much. I hate to say it, with the Japanese internment camp.
Yeah, we had one in Vernon. We had one east of Kelowna, and they pop up. And nor should they be dismissed by any means, but I don't think that. I think Japanese internment camps, even though it wasn't a very, very great idea, was nothing in comparison to the ghettos in Germany. You know.
Yeah. Kind of goes back to the average.
Who's Gabrielle? Never met that guy before.
He's some punk, we know. Are you? Oh, I'm sure you'll get me back yet. Gavin, I take it you're not micable at the moment. Okay.
He hates you.
Gabriel is a Christian fundamentalist.
Oh,
if he wants to defend himself, you can come online and defend him.
Gav's in Israel. Are you Tel Aviv, I think it is?
Sid, is your skin burning yet?
I don't know, the tips of my toes are feeling hot.
Get out of the fucking hot tub, man. Get out of the hot tub.
The flames are licking at the tips of my toes. The flames of hell.
That's probably the dogs licking your toes. Do you have athlete's foot?
Oh, I have Devil's Island foot.
Northern Israel, cool guy. But speaking of getting hot, it's fucking 30 degrees minimum here right at the moment. Great White North, my fucking.
Well, here in paradise.
Oh, geez, no, I support global warming because I want to grow banana trees in my backyard. I won't have to travel somewhere to go hot in the winter. And you know what? If it floods here, like they're saying, the ice cap's melting, I'll have shoreline property in no time at all.
Well, Nova Scotia's going to turn into islands. Yeah. Hydrate, Gav. Hydrate. All I'm saying.
Beer works for hydration.
Oh, Fremen suit. There we go.
42 Celsius.
It's a still suit.
Very hot.
It's not a Fremen suit. It's a still suit.
Sorry,
worn
thank
by
you.
the Fremen.
Thank you for the correction. Yes.
In the Okanagan, it would get like 45 to 48 degrees Celsius on certain days. And it feels like your skin's going to fall off.
At least it's not minus 40.
Oh, yeah, you know what? A lot of people go, how do you deal with that heat? And I go, I drink more water. At least in the cold, you have nowhere to run to. There's nothing you can do except for dress warmer, right? And you do anything, you start sweating, and then your sweat freezes. At least in the heat, you can like find shade and drink water. As long as you drink water and stay hydrated, it doesn't matter how hot it is.
Oh no, thank you. No, I hate the heat.
I hate the heat.
I get hot, start sweating at work, and they say, "What's wrong with you?"
I'm just talking about practicality, right? Like, you like if you're out in the Arctic or something like that, there's nowhere to really escape it. It takes a lot of work to escape that.
Okay, now you didn't have to go to those extremes.
What was that, Rose?
Pretty sure I'm farther north than all of y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all don't get to bitch that cold.
When you say y'all, you sound like Kentucky North.
No, I'm from Texas. I live in Alaska.
She got lost. She turned the map around.
Alaska's not even a part of the United States, so you're still in Russia.
She took a long turn at Albuquerque.
You know what? Out of 99%, I bet you live in Anchorage.
I do.
See? Can you see the Russians outside your window?
Not at the moment. I'm pretty sure.
On a clear day.
On a clear day when the bear bombers are flying your way.
And we're actually closer to Canada than Russia, given that we, share a border and there's kind of ocean between us and Russia.
That's okay. Stop wrecking my delusion.
Canada should have bought Alaska.
That's okay. I was in northern Haida last fall. I'm going again, and I was able to see Alaska from where I was at. So that tip that you guys ripped off from the edge of British Columbia, yeah, I was able to see that.
Down by Juneau and whatnot?
That sounds familiar. I can't say if that's the proper name, but you obviously know the area better than I do. You know how there's a southern tip that goes all the way down along the coast of Canada?
Yeah.
I was able to see some of that part, right? So.
Yeah, that's our capital city is down there.
Oh, okay.
Which
is probably only 10,000 people.
Yeah, something like that. Anchorage is the biggest city by far.
Yeah.
And there aren't any roads connecting. Juneau is the only United States capital that cannot be accessed from the rest of the state by driving.
That's just fucked up.
There's been movement up here for a long time to make Anchorage the capital since it's the biggest city anyway.
Yeah.
Like a bowel movement?
The government stuff happens in Anchorage.
Everything that takes movement in the United States is like a bowel movement.
Yeah.
It's like going in for a proctal exam, right? So.
Unfortunately, it usually ends up like Fabio's explosive diarrhea.
Yeah. Is he still here or had he gone?
No, he had to
leave. Yeah.
He had to leave. It's like, what, 11 o'clock?
Oh, it's Zero Dark Stupid.
Earlier. Anyway, Alaska reminds me that Shell got its final license or whatever to start drilling off Alaska. Oh, yeah.
Well.
Let's hope they actually have a good plan for deep sea drilling accidents now.
Well, they could always ask BP, what do you do?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they have everything in hand. Don't worry about BP.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't BP. The big oil spill wasn't BP's fault. It was the American contractors that they were using.
No, wait, stop. It was absolutely the British fault. So,
yeah.
Actually,
British Petroleum, it starts with British, so I'm going to connect it.
Actually, it was the U.S. fault because they never verified they actually had safety procedures for deep sea drilling, so they licensed them without actual credible ability to fix any of their mistakes. So I think the U.S. for that.
Shit, I'd rather just...
it was just a breakdown in communication. They didn't understand what both parties were saying to each other.
I just blame Chaz. Chaz, you're the fault of BP spills.
Well, I just wanted the world to look as black as my soul.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, you mean your heart?
Articulating that it doesn't?
Oh no, I don't have one of those. I already
Oh, no.
For a sandwich.
But you're a loving father now, aren't you?
Oh, the cunty thing ain't even born yet. I can't be a loving father yet. Haven't even seen it. It might be a complete cunt.
Dude, don't push your wife down the stairs.
By the way, I agree with that link that you put inside there, Heavy. I saw that earlier.
Oh, what's that?
Very poignant. It's kind of a thing on environmental accidents.
Oh. And, Chaz, I was just joking. No, congratulations and enjoy your fatherhood. I'm sure.
I do have to point out one thing, though, about this whole thing, is that it says, like, oh, look, a solar spill, but it doesn't actually go into what happens if those solar panels actually spill out what's inside them. They do actually contain stuff which is hazardous to the environment if it leaks out of those.
And also with the wind turbines for the wind farms, is there anything to support the noise pollution from the grinding of the?
Oh, bitch.
Not in my backyard.
Yeah. No, actually, not really. There is some subsonics, but it's nothing within the range of human hearing, and the biggest problem is birds flying into them.
Okay, so birds will just have to learn to avoid the damn thing.
Well, we put up some sort of... Yeah.
If we were to do a strategic type thing on it where net losses versus net gain and all this other type of stuff, I would rather go for the potential of certain losses with wind or solar versus oil. But the thing is, let us not all deny the fact that we're still going to need some petrochemical type stuff to build our TV frames and all this other type of stuff.
Well,
I just hope that.
Not necessarily, because graphene is looking very promising for a lot of things. And, look at carbon fiber, right? That's basically large-scale graphene in a way.
Is it really? That's awesome.
I've been hearing graphene.
I play with so much carbon fiber, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, it's carbon, right? So graphene is just basic carbon. So you could convert like fossil fuels into it. I'm sure, by just breaking it down into the base carbon. But it's probably, I don't know exactly how they get to the carbon to make it, but yeah, it's just carbon fiber. I mean, graphene is both. It's an insulator as well as a conduit, depending on the doping that you put in it. It's funky stuff.
Yeah.
Isn't there a method for making electricity by dragging salt water over graphene or something like that?
There is a way of they're using it to try to extract hydrogen with some success at rapid rates. But batteries, they're looking at that. There's a potential for battery creation. It's funky.
I deal a lot with like super high cell batteries, right? So I have a drone and I fly with lithium polymer batteries.
Right.
And before my drone, I was flying with RC helicopters, and I'm not talking about like the ones you buy at Walmart or Radio Shack or whatever. I'm talking about like helicopters that are like flying lawnmowers, right?
Yeah.
And so there's nitro like fuel ones, and there's electric, and electric's really good because it's really responsive, and I'll tell you, battery technology is going up exponentially all the time. It's crazy what
it's like silicon. It's like silicon chips. I mean, there's like a Moore's law about
the new resource for going for all this stuff is in Africa, right? Africa is the place to go get a lot of these materials to make batteries, right? So. To build these NiCads or lithium polymer batteries and stuff like that. That's where these materials are coming from, right?
Yeah. That in South America.
And just to tie back to the ISIS and Middle Eastern type of politics type stuff, the sooner we get less dependent off of petrochemical products and stuff like that, the sooner that these guys can't even support themselves anymore and become not players within the world spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Well, I got a question for you since you have a drone or a quad.
Yeah.
And you've also done the stuff with the helicopters. I know from a friend of mine who's years ago, his dad did RC planes. And to fly those, you basically had to go to a model airport.
No, not necessarily. It depends.
In his case, they did because they were like a club.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
They
They fly there. It's a buddy thing, right? So they go there for socializing and stuff like that, right?
But it's also because it's a big open space, too, that no one's around to bother you while you fly a plane.
Right.
With the model helicopters, I've never seen anyone ever fly those.
Because they're a one-off type of person. They're like, consider yourself, if you're a helicopter guy, you're the atheist amongst Christians.
Mac user.
Oh, okay. You're the Mac user.
Yeah. I've seen some guys flying those things. It's amazing. It's a
But with the helicopters, was there any kind of regulation or anything on where you can fly them?
No, they're the same rules as flying model aircraft. Model aircraft is model aircraft.
Okay.
The problem is when you go to these places, because I tried to join one near Vernon, and they were like, oh, you're one of those, right? Because
It's because they can't talk planes with you.
well, yeah, because they were scale model flyers, and meanwhile I was into like stunts and flipping around. So think of it as like bicyclists that like go out and like ride the or like whatever the Tour de France. Meanwhile, you're the guy that's actually like BMXing, right? You know, that's so what it is that you don't fit in with that crowd, right? So when it comes to drones is a little bit different.
Okay, so why is it now you hear all these stories about people who have drones, or we'll just call them quadcopters because they're really not drones?
Well,
Why
they
is
are
it
drones.
getting themselves
Drones or
so much
UAVs. I like using the word drone because I'm trying to. The reason why I'm trying to use the word drone when I explain my quadcopter, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Is that I would like to desensitize the idea and reclaim it from the military, right?
So then why is it that people who do have the drones are getting themselves into so much shit all the time?
Because some people, it's so new that certain people do not realize where they should fly and not fly.
Some people are idiots.
And it's just we just hear about it more because these things are so cheap and easy to get into.
Well, it's a lot more affordable than it used to be. So what happens is, and even I make my mistakes. Seriously, it's so new that I could have been one of those idiots very easily, right?
Here's a quick question on the drones or whatever. Isn't there like paperwork with that saying, okay, warning, do not fly near airports and this and this and this? It is a federal law against this. Don't they have things like that in there?
Not necessarily, right?
Even if they did have that would also
a microwave doesn't say that you can't put your dick in it. Right?
Okay, but like I was saying, Bahika, even if they did have a card in there telling you don't fly it near an airport and stay under a certain altitude, that doesn't mean you read the card.
Yeah,
Well, that's
exactly,
true.
right?
We don't need no statement of
you also realize
instructions.
how close you are to an airport.
There are certain rules that I scoff at that I find completely atrocious, or that you can't be within. What is a built-up area? You know, it doesn't actually define what a built-up area is, right? And I'm talking about I know the Canadian rules. I don't know so much the American rules.
Even so, a built-up area I could define it as being like the city core.
Well, not necessarily. It could be a collection of two buildings or more.
I could also say it's a subdivision. Or as you just said, a collection of two buildings.
Yeah, so the thing is, so if I fly over my own property that has a house and a shed, can I not fly over that? Is that a built-up area?
I would ask you this. Is the property with the buildings on it owned by you, or do you have permission from the owner?
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, I heard the last.
If the property is owned, if you have permission from the owner,
Yep.
to have the house and shed, or it's your property, then I would not have an issue you flying it there.
Well, not necessarily. There's another problem. What is airspace?
Yeah.
Right?
It's like international waters.
You know what disturbs me the most about this? And believe it or not, it's not even the questions that you're asking.
Yeah.
The questions or the things that I see people post about drones is, why don't they shoot it out of the air?
Yeah.
That disturbs me more than these.
You're discharging a firearm in city limits.
That's right. People are more than willing to shoot down a drone and not thinking about where the rounds are flying, and I find that way more way more disturbing about the anti-drone movement.
Their offense is outweighed. Their offense has more weight in society, unfortunately, than
well, I got a question.
Rationality.
The cameras on drones.
Oh, jeez.
No. Just I understand you. It's more for navigation. You see from the point of view of the drone.
No, not necessarily. I do it for views.
My question is, are they always recording, or can you turn the record function
it's like, think of it as a video camera on a floating tripod.
Okay. So it's assumed to be on.
I would assume that any drone that's flying in the air would actually have its camera on, and that's just No.
When I say it's on, it's to assume it's on. It's like a microphone is assumed to be open.
Yes.
A camera is assumed to be recording.
I don't fly my drone. There's only been 2 occasions where I fly where I'm not getting video from it, but does it mean I'm recording? Not necessarily, right? And the thing
it's like a Hangout. It doesn't have to have the DVR recording. Sorry. I just want to make that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a Hangout.
Sorry, I cut out there for a second.
Sorry, what I mean by like a camera, when there is a video camera somewhere, even if you don't see the little red light that's on, that says it's recording, you make an assumption that the camera is recording.
Oh, and that's what I agree with you on that. Let's just go through the assumption that the camera is always recording for any instance that we talk about, because the potential is there, right? Just for argument's sake, right? Yeah. Do I fly with my camera always active or recording? No, I don't. I use it to aid in my navigational movements.
It's just feeding a broadcast so you can see where the hell you are.
But I think when it comes to operating a drone, I think for argument's sake, it's best to assume that we always assume that the camera is recording.
Yeah.
Right?
Especially to the third party observer who's now seeing the drone. Is the drone recording me? Is the camera on? The assumption has to be it is on.
Yeah.
Because it's an invasion of privacy.
Right. Yes, but here's the thing, and I'm one of these type of people that hate people that make rules for rules that already exist, right? So there's already rules about privacy.
Yeah.
Right? So
I'll give you the reason why I'm asking. I live on the 5th floor of an apartment building. Okay. And a couple years ago, there was 3 gentlemen in the green space between my buildings. They do not live in my buildings, and they had a professionally made drone. It's not a hobbyist. Okay. And they were flying it around, filming the drone flying.
Mm-hmm.
And they stopped directly outside of my living room window, which was open, and the camera was facing in my living room.
Okay.
So that's why I asked, is it the assumption the camera is in record mode?
I would say...
Now it looks by living on the 5th floor, I put myself out of the public view. Like, I'm not on the ground floor where people can look through a window.
Right.
Okay. But now with the drone, someone could look through my window.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
Oh,
what I would telescope as well. Just saying.
Yeah, and you have a legitimate concern, right?
Yeah.
I'm not dismissing it by any means.
Like anyone who wants to go to a national park like we have in Canada, stuff like that, and fly around and look at cliffs, and I don't care what you do there. There's enough space that if you don't want, just don't take it around the campsites.
Shit, man. If I didn't drink enough booze right now, I'd live stream you my drone right now. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I can do that. I can live stream through Google, through YouTube.
Nice.
But how about we talk about that later? We'll arrange something because I'll even show you. But the thing is, take out the fact that somebody can actually fly. Okay, and let's say I was able to get on a scaffold and look out your window with a camera sitting there.
Yeah.
And I'm aiming it in your window. Apply those exact same rules to that device, right?
Well, in that case, with the scaffold, it becomes a little harder because you're not directly outside my window. And if you were with a scaffold, I would have been told by the superintendent and the landlord that someone is going to be erecting scaffolding for maintenance on the building.
Oh, no. I understand what you're saying. But if I went on the scaffold and I wasn't doing work and I'm sitting there at your window with a camera, you have a legitimate complaint, right? So it's an invasion of your privacy.
Yeah.
So
like,
as far as
even
I'm concerned,
even though I'm on the 5th floor, I can look out my window. I can see the other building and people have their curtains open. And yes, I can see in their units. But I'm not doing something to be intentionally doing this.
Oh, no, I don't think drone pilots are necessarily when they're flying around. I'm not looking to go spy in people's window. What I'm looking for is I'm generalizing. So the thing is, I'm looking for good landscape, and I want to get a picture of the images of the building in my background and everything like that, but I'm not into spying in people's windows. I'm not going to deny the fact that people do that because I really don't know. But
that's very bad on them for doing that.
Absolutely.
And for everybody else.
But in order for me to spy on somebody, I wouldn't use my drone.
Yeah.
I would actually go to another building with a telephoto lens, and they're better off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. And the thing is, those exact same rules on invasion and privacy still count. It doesn't matter what platform you're using. It's still the intent or the device, or not even the device, but that you're doing that, right? So in my way, my thinking is that regardless if it's a drone or not, if I'm using a camera, like a telephoto lens, it's still the same rules. There's no new rules that need to be developed because these rules already exist, right? So the thing is, I would be absolutely heartbroken if I was flying my drone and somebody thought I was spying at them through a window, myself personally, when I'm trying to get a view. And the thing is,
my reaction to these guys would have been different if they lived in the building. Because where I live, we have a lot of university students who live in my building.
Yeah.
So if they were like engineering students, they got the thing from the university, or was somebody's into it, I would have just gone out and spoke to them.
Well,
take it to the, if you want the building in the background, take it to the university with one of the big buildings there. Don't do it in the backyard.
Sorry, I broke up. My neighbors know, and I understand the gist of what you were getting at. My neighbors know I own a drone.
Yeah.
My neighbors also know that what I can do with my drone because I gave them dog and ponies on it, right? And actually, they realize that I'm less of a threat than a person with a telephoto lens.
Yeah.
Right? And they realize that my camera on most drones, I'm not saying all drones, but most drones, unless it's like professional grade, does not zoom in and have the capability of capturing images that the people are worried about, right? The other thing that this is weird because I fly. There's a lot of things that I don't see until I see in post-production.
Oh, okay.
Right? So what happens is
you're more focused on flying, not on what
I'm looking at the landscape, not the the minor details, right? So I'm worried about safety. I'm worried about other oncoming aircraft. I'm worried about other drones because of nowadays. I'm worried about where I am. Am I going to have a good signal? What is my flight plan? Because I actually plan all this, and this is me, right? Not everybody, because some guys just lift off and go, and I do lift off and go, but I do actually have a plan in mind, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is what I want to do. This is where I want to go, and I could even draw on my map. I draw myself a template of I call it a trace because I'm in the Army, but I call it I make my little flight plan. When I'm flying in Vancouver, I know where I live. There's an approach route because I went to the Nav Canada and the Transportation Canada website to know that I'm living above an approach route and that fixed-wing aircraft is not allowed to fly below 500 meters elevation from where I live, right?
So as long as you stay under that 500, you're okay.
In which my drone will not let me fly over 500 meters from my takeoff elevation, right? Because it's built into the firmware. And the other thing is, I cannot actually take off within a certain circumference around the Vancouver airport either. It will not let me start up the motors. It's built into the firmware.
Oh, really?
So, but that's not all drones, right?
Okay.
But my drone, the company that I bought from, which is DJI, has restricted airspace, right? Now, I can fly near the airport, but it only let me go maybe a few hundred feet. And then think of it as like over an airport, they have this big, you know what a gravity well looks like when you see it?
Yeah, they call it it would look more like a cylinder.
Right, but think of it as a cone. A cone that kind of goes out from the airport. They do the same thing with the firmware. So what happens is if I hit that cone, it will not let me go any farther, right?
It's like a signal send out.
Well, it's built because my controller
picks up the signal and goes, screw you.
Yeah.
Sorry,
actually, that's a really good idea.
Basically, I understand the firmware is telling the controller and the drone,
right,
this is where you are. You're not allowed to go any further beyond that point.
Yeah, it will not. The drone, even if I tell the drone to go forward, it will not let the drone go. Right? Cool. I haven't tested that thing because I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, best to let it happen and not test it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, but I've learned. Trust me, as a junior, I consider myself to be a junior drone pilot. I've learned a lot over the times, and I come from pilot experience.
Now, when you call yourself a junior drone pilot, do you get a wallet card and a decoder ring with that?
Yeah, I wish. No, I give myself that title because the thing is, there's lots for me to learn. I pay attention. Yes, I pay attention to airspace and all these other things, but I want you to consider this. If I consider myself to be an amateur drone pilot, and I know about approach routes and all these other things, because I actually know how to fly aircraft, including rotary wing aircraft, for real. And I'm not talking about like false stuff. I've actually flown aircraft before. That if I think of myself that way, what about the person that's never done any of this or been exposed to any of this, right? Right, and I still feel that I'm going through a huge learning curve on trying to manipulate airspace to what I want it to do, right?
But sorry.
Yeah, go on. I'm done.
No, Gav asked in the side, what do you do in the Army?
Oh, I'm an armored. Sorry. What's my trade, or what do I do right now? Those are two different questions, but I'll answer them both right now, because they're relevant. I'm an armored crewman by trade, so I'm an armored reconnaissance crew commander. I'm a sergeant, And what do I do right now? Actually, I work for a divisional training center, which is away from me by at least 1,000 kilometers. So I answer to a headquarters that's remote. And my job is to actually make myself and 3 other NCOs and an officer. We monitor all the training in in British Columbia for the Army on standard, making sure that training is standardized, right? So I do 99% of my time. It feels like I'm in school because I have to learn about other trades, but basically keeping track of records, and I'm like a lot of the times it feels like I'm a training consultant, right?
Cool.
But my trade is I work with 2 artillery guys and a logistic officer. And I'm the only armored guy, so anything armored related always comes my way. And as far as armored stuff goes, they're in the division that do my job. There's only 3 of us, and so I'm in that pool. When it comes to trade-specific stuff, I get a lot of sway in how the training should be conducted, and as well as if I think training needs to be improved or changed, I get an influence in that as well. So
cool. So you're a good guy to have on a phone list.
Oh yeah, you have questions about certain things, and if you're interested in something that I knew about, because I told my boss about something that I did today on Google Plus, and he's like, "Well, aren't you can get in trouble for this?" And I'm like, "No, I'm using a pseudonym." And the other thing is that all this information is freely available anyway, so it's not like I'm compromising operational security, right?
Yeah.
And there's no problems. Like, I didn't do anything wrong, and here's what I did. And so if you go check my profile and check one of my recent posts there, you'll see myself having a discussion with an evangelical radical. So
cool.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, and I think I refuted him quite thoroughly, and then he condemned me to damnation. So,
well, the bitch,
and called me a liar. So
pretty standard fare.
Well, I'm back now. So the thing is, I find I would really, really like to talk to my Canadian brothers here. If you guys ever want to do a hangout, let me know, because I'd like to talk about some Canadian politics and religion and Canadian politics and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff up here that we're ignoring that's really interesting, right? So,
yeah, sounds good, man. Anytime, hit me up.
Well, the thing is, if one of you guys want to start something up, great. I think I'm too lazy to start something up, or either I just don't do it at the right time or something like that. But I don't know who I'm going to vote for in the federal election. But I'll tell you this: if I don't choose anybody, I'm still walking in there and going to spoil my ballot. Right?
Yeah.
So
no, you vote for Galron for the Klingon party.
if he exists. But the thing is,
I've seen some pictures that were put up on Facebook and stuff. Someone did a Photoshop of the Liberal placard, and they put Galron in there with some Klingon crap at the bottom.
Nice. But I'm one of those people that I believe, and this is just me, and I encourage people to do this, is like, just because you don't like any of them, go in and spoil your ballot, because in Canada they still count spoil ballots.
Agree 100%.
Right? Go in and say fuck you on it. I don't care. Whatever your political ideal is, write it down on that ballot and spoil it on purpose if that's the way you feel. Right? At least do that, then not go vote. Right?
Yeah, agreed. And same with the U.S. That should be said, because a lot of these people are getting in through apathy.
Yeah.
And people not going to vote, or not even realizing they have that choice. And it's a form of not rebellion. What's the word?
Dissension.
Dissension. Thank you. Yes, dissension.
I've been saying for years in the U.S. they need to add an option to the ballot to just simply vote none of the above.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, if you can't spoil your ballot,
then
it's useless.
Yeah.
You just have Cthulhu on all the ballots.
No, I mean the notion of giving us the option to vote none of the above, that basically if none of the above win, then they need to give us some new fucking candidates and try again.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, that's it. Yes, I wish it would kind of work that way, but I'm sure between our collective heads we know that's not realistic. But the thing is, at least I can say that the political process in my mind may be flawed, right? Because we have that first to the post or whatever idea of doing politics in Canada, which is not my favorite by any means, right?
Oh, look at, we bored Heavy Holler to death. Now he left.
Oh.
But we're talking about.
You know what the worst part is?
But
you know
he's not bored.
I know he's going to bed.
I'm a conservative, which is horrible. And
Really?
I freaking yes, and
Me right now.
and I despise the Conservative Party. I don't actually. You know what? I was conservative before I actually knew I was an atheist. I didn't even actually know I was an atheist. And now that the only reason why I use that title is because that's the last title I've actually known. Right now, I have no freaking idea who I'm going to vote for. I'm still waiting for their political freaking portfolios to show up for the next election so I can talk about this stuff. And I'd be awesomely interested in talking to you guys with this stuff, because I want to download it as soon as they get them out there, so this way I can see what the next their platforms are, right?
Well,
And,
the way I see the PC party is it's GOP North.
Well, is it really PC?
No.
Hello, sorry. Is it really PC?
No.
Do you think it's progressive conservative?
Hell no. It's regressive conservative right now.
Right?
Well, I mean, Harper himself is basically a religious fanatic.
Oh, jeez, I didn't even know he was an evangelical until last year, until I actually knew about this stuff, right?
Oh, the fucker. I mean, I'm just going to mention his body language and facial language, and that's all I'm going to say. But, I mean, he is almost a copy of the GOP South, in the States. He's trying to push things that way. I'll give him kudos for one thing, though. He shot down that guy who was trying to bring up the abortion debate in the House. So.
Well, I don't think he has. See, here's the nice thing about Canadian politics. Canadian politics are the sum of every other government that ever existed, right? So the thing is, once something has already gone through, it already exists, right? So they can't flex their political will as much as they can in the States, because certain laws have already passed, right?
Oh, true. But there's always ways to get things out, and that's what I'm talking about. I don't think we'll go there, but the thing is, he's also put gag orders on scientists, so,
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, geez. Thank you for mentioning that. Oh, geez, we have to talk about that.
And especially climate scientists.
Yes,
So-
yes. Dude, you are my favorite person of the month.
By the way,
Seriously.
Hold on, guys. I just have to tell Gabriel something here. His name isn't Harper, it's fucking Harper.
Yeah. Get that fucker out of there.
Yeah.
Steve.
Steve.
Okay, so...
Got it, Muskie.
Fucking
by the-
Steve, 2015. Let him
By the-
fucking go down. That
By the
fucking
way,
dirty
Bo,
bastard.
yeah, I agree, man. Well, Skype is the same alias as here. Just saying.
Paranor, right?
001.
Oh, I can call you Paranor, right?
That's better,
Gabriel. Call me Paranor, delete some
Okay,
lines.
no, as long as you understand that I'm communicating with you. No, seriously, we gotta do a hangout and talk about this stuff and get like some of our Canadian brethren in this, because I think it would be educational for myself and other
and the
people.
Americans.
Yeah, sure. Why not, right? I bet you we can swindle Hogtie in there and a few others as well,
Yeah.
right? Because he's Canadian.
Yeah,
and he's interested in that stuff.
Well, listen, add me to Skype.
Oh, geez. I'm not even near my computer, but we'll work it out.
Write it down, because I know you've had a few.
No, I'm not even near my computer. I'm standing outside my house, so
yeah. Okay.
We'll work it out. I'll send you a message on Google Hangouts. How about that? And then I know you'll get it for sure.
G+. Yeah, G+.
And then
No,
Hangouts. Hold on. Okay. I don't think the same for all the Americans that are listening right now. This is what it's like for us to have to listen to you talk about your politics.
Don't get me wrong. Canadian politics are
Hang on a second.
more.
Do you have any idea how many shuffles have been turned into just people talking about Canadian politics over the last year and a half?
Yes, you're right, but we don't care what you say.
No, that's not a complaint. That's just an observation.
Yeah.
You're saying it's like this is some new thing in shuffles. Come on.
Well, no, because Americans are going to get bored of Canadian politics. You don't know anything about this. Yeah, well, this is what happens when Americans talk about American politics.
Well, I mean, realistically, all Americans should learn something about Canadian politics, because if the extreme right takes over, that's where we're going to end up anyway.
And then we all turn you away at the border when you show up. I'm sorry, you're not getting political asylum because someone won an election and you don't like it.
So I wanna ask you guys a question about the Liberals. What do you think about the Liberals? Just really quick synopsis. Don't go like too much in detail.
Too much show, not enough backbone.
Here's in a synopsis: the Liberal Party will promise you the world and then not pay for shit and leave a fucking big pile of debt for you to clean up later. And the Conservatives will just outright fuck you over, give you nothing, and fucking not really get much else accomplished on top of that. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Dude, Muskoka, I am so privileged to. We've talked before, but I feel very privileged that you're here talking with us right now.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
I love Muskie. He's a very true Canadian, even more true Canadian than me as far as I'm concerned.
Where about you from, man? Where do you
Vancouver right now.
Oh, you're West Coast man. Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. My buddy's out there right now. A good friend of mine I went through school with, and he's out there right now just kind of, he's working around doing a lot of stone work and bricklaying, trying to find work wherever you can, right?
See, fuck. Here we go, guys. We're building a future hangout. We gotta get us together, including Muskoka, man, and talk about this shit before the election comes up. Right? We gotta, because the thing is, Muskoka, if you didn't hear earlier, apparently I'm a conservative.
Oh, you bastard.
Yeah, no shit, right? But the thing is, that was my last title I gave me. I don't think I'm a conservative anymore by any means, right? So here's the thing.
What do you think you are? What do you think you are now?
I actually don't even know what I am. That's why I'm asking you guys, because I'm hoping that I get educated. Because the thing is, I think I've been
whitewashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from there. Totally.
So the thing is, I understand fiscal responsibility and all this other type of stuff, but I also understand that we actually need certain social programs to happen. I don't think user fees are the answer, right?
No, there's certain social. We have to have a social safety net for for the people that fall through the cracks. And we used to have that. We actually used to have way more services. Like we used to actually have mental institutions that took care of the disabled and whatnot, and like you know, it wasn't just to get them off the streets out of sight. There was actually, like, they were given
genuine care
and a place to live, and they had doctors on staff all the time, and you know, and then over the years, like we paid for this for years with no problem. No problem. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, the debt load between the Liberal, well, buying all of a sudden everybody in Canada, every little town had to have an arena. Well, that costs money. Like, we actually, in my town here, we actually paid for our own arena. We actually got it from here because, you know, we wanted our kids to have a place to play hockey. So we built the arena, and that was in like 1949. Now, they started trying to get this done in 1946. So it took 3 years to get enough money ahead with, you know, doing marketing campaigns and dinners and stuff like that, promoting the idea that to get this thing paid for, and this is the idea that was kind of forgotten when it came into the 70s, when I think the old saying was and Abraham said, or no, it wasn't Abraham, sorry, it was supposed to be Moses. We finally made it to the promised land. Sit on your ass and laid up, or, you know, take care of your camel. And then a couple thousand years later, Trudeau came along and said, we're in the promised land. Sit down on your ass. Let welfare take care of you. Laid up a camel. And so capitalism started taking in much larger, it became much more Americanized, if you notice.
Yeah.
In the 1980s and 90s, the Reaganomics kind of just flooded north, and everybody all of a sudden was like losing their identity, kind of. It was like an identity thing. And who are you? Well, I don't know. Blah 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 blah.
Well, there's a reason why they call Canada the 51st state.
Yo, for sure. For sure.
Well, I attribute that towards Manifest Destiny, but you can say whatever you want.
Yeah. Well, that's just it, right? Like, the thing is, we did things differently here up in the north, because we still had, like, when it come to native peoples, we treated them a hell of a lot better in the early years than we did in the more recent years. When I say the early years, I mean before Canada was actually Upper Canada, Lower Canada period, with the Indians got a lot better fair deal back then than they did in the 100 years following right after that.
Well, I think, and you know what, I hate to say it, but I think Louis Riel was responsible for that attitude.
Well, you know what, I think I'd have to agree with you there.
Because the thing is, I mean, here's why I say that. Let it be known that in Social Studies Grade 8 we did our own trial of Louis Riel.
All right.
So it's been a while, but I know of it. But what the rebellion started was an attack against the Hudson Bay Company.
That's right.
Hudson Bay Company had the government people up, you know, on their little pinky finger, got them to come into non-Canadian territory and start a rebellion with Louis Riel.
Yeah, well, also,
Louis
Riel was also financed. Louis Riel was being financed by the Northwest Company at the same time. So,
well, true.
Remember, this was like if you look at it, even stand back even farther and look at it from England, say, what you see is Hudson's Bay Company versus Northwest Company, and Louis Riel actually kind of found himself in the middle of that whole thing. But he didn't. He had to take a choice. He made his choice, obviously, and
he's a bit nuts. To be fair,
they wouldn't have had. It would have been different, I think, if things had turned out differently back then.
Yeah. Oh, it would have. I agree. Sorry, Bahiga. It would have, but you have to remember too. He was a bit nuts.
Oh, he was,
especially towards the end.
Well,
and also the people got behind it because they were Métis as well. The fucking French.
Yeah. And well, some of them, not all of them, were French too, because they had a lot of Scottish.
True.
that were coming in from the North Hudson's Bay, and of course that's really who they were clashing with, more or less.
Yeah, yeah.
The Indians were really kind of caught in the middle of the whole damn schmozzle themselves, like the Cree and whatnot of the area, and so it just got to be. It was just a clusterfuck, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
I love you guys. You guys are so awesome. No, seriously, we really need to get together and talk about this shit because there's a lot of stuff that we can air out, right? And
rather, I added to the list of invites Heavy and Stan as well.
Ooh, Stan, yeah.
So, what do you guys think about the NDP?
Well, the Labour Party was a good thing when they started, for certain. But the problem is the NDP party has never been in power for any length of time federally to actually be able to do anything. Or
even provincially.
They did have a small period in Ontario back in the
BC.
Oh, that's right.
But they've never stayed. They've never stayed.
Guys, what happened in Ontario when they got in, due to a lack of experience because they'd never been in before, they kind of made a little mess of things.
Yeah, about $1 billion.
And that happened in BC, too.
Same in Nova Scotia,
Right. So now they're not trusted, and now people just won't vote for them.
Yeah.
But they're polling well, let's just say.
They were good at, when they had Jack Layton, they had a really good front man. Like Jack was everybody's every Canadian boy next door neighbor guy, right?
Well, he could keep the gears oiled.
Yeah, and he knew the game. He knew the game well and how to play it well. And I'll give him credit for his politics was really good. It's too bad he died because he would have been
he would have won it this year.
Yeah, that's right. Guaranteed he would win.
I will say
myself now. I find myself having to side with Elizabeth May because she's the only one I have seen, and I know tiny party and everything, and people can say what they want about wasted vote, but you know what? If people don't start, it'll never happen.
Before we go too far away, must be Elizabeth May just state who she is.
I didn't get that. What's that? Sorry, Perna?
Elizabeth May. Just state who she is, what her title or whatever is.
Green Party leader, right?
Yeah. Remember, we've got non-Canadian, not Canadians in.
Oh, pardon me.
We just talked about.
No, we all know who Elizabeth May is. We just want you to expand on that, right?
Okay, you have in American politics, you have Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth May is like the Canadian version, but a little bit more jovial.
Yes.
Yeah. She's got a Sarah Palin. I like to go and have a couple of extra glasses of wine. I don't see the problem. There's people made a big deal about this. I'm like, so fucking what? I don't care.
But she's got her geography down. She knows she can't see Russia from her house.
Exactly.
Oh no, we can ridicule people for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah. Oh, that's what happened. Well, especially in Canadian politics, we've actually had a female prime minister for a short period of time.
I met her.
You met Gavin?
She lives in Vancouver, and I met her, and I had the greatest conversation ever. Cool. And I wish that I recorded it because the thing is, I was so. She was the most elegant woman when it came to politics and her explaining certain things and stuff. You gotta remember, I was a conservative, so therefore I was all into her.
My area has been conservative every year. All terms for the last 80 years have been conservative representatives from my area, with the exception of an 8-year period with the Liberals we had back in the late 80s, and the 90s turned out to be a far better period here locally for business and things like that than it had ever been under the Conservatives. And because I know I started my own business at the end of the 90s. And it was just things were happening. There was work, there was jobs. The country was vitalized, and now we've been in this slump now for since 2008.
I bought her a glass of wine. I've never felt so tickled in my whole life to actually have that type of interaction with a politician, right?
For sure, especially one of that like she literally was prime minister by default because of the party's being party leader at the time, when she wound up being a scapegoat, unfortunately. But
no, I'm totally with you on that. I think that unfortunately she filled in for somebody else.
That's right. She took the fall for somebody else who wasn't man enough to take it himself. Yeah, exactly. I know.
By the way, did you guys catch this from CBC? One of the PC MPs, it was doing, as my comment went, very un-Canadian-like behavior. He's just hurls profanity at journalists over questions over the Duffy affair, which is our big scandal. And if you watched, and if you watched last week tonight, we were on what 2 weeks ago or something. He did a bit about the Canadian scandal and thought it very cute.
Yeah.
Well, what confuses me is what's the scandal? It's very clear and cut to me that he actually claimed for certain things that he wasn't entitled to.
Exactly, it's fraud. Fuck, there's still two ways about it. It's $90,000 worth of fraud, and it's like, what burns my ass though. This is what really burns my ass. Okay, is they go after Mike Duffy like they want to fucking lynch the poor fucker, the rich fucker. Rich poor fucker. When it comes to the Ontario Liberals who put my fucking province into fucking $1.5 billion in debt with a fucked up gas plant bullshit.
Oh shit.
They don't pay it down. Nobody, they get off scot-free, walk away, and I'm like, you motherfucker, you should be forced to pay for that out of your own pocket. Because you're the one that pushed it. You're their political entity. If you make a bad decision, then the political entity should pay.
Oh, he was probably
not by just being thrown out of power, but made to pay literally.
Canadian politicians are not as bought, but there's a lot of influence there. Just there's influence just like the U.S.
Oh, for sure. And you got your traditional, schools of thought like the Fraser Institute on the west, and then you got McGill in Quebec, and you got the classic houses here that are
Trinity Western. Yeah. There's another one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The unfortunate thing is with McGill is that they've got real, the name gets confused with the science that they do.
Either one of Kings or Queens, either take your pick, either than Ontario or in Halifax.
Yeah.
They both get a lot of. There's been a lot of political people come from both schools.
Yeah. It's all fucked up.
And the thing is, this is why I like the Green Party's platform. Out of all the platforms I've seen of any of them, their idea is, we're going to look at the problem. Here's the solution. We'll come up with a solution. We'll get whatever science says, kind of thing. Whatever we can evidence-based things on, then we'll go with it.
Yeah.
You know what I think the problem is with the Green platform?
For one, we've got such a fucking bloated fucking bureaucratic infrastructure right now. It's ridiculous. And, how come when the country, we only had, 25 million people back in 67 or so, but back then we were debt fucking free, and everybody, our dollar was worth a fuck ton, and everybody had a job. Everybody.
And those who couldn't work were taken care of.
Yes.
The problem with the Green Party is that they're not privy to all the information that the other political parties are privy to.
I think they can get as much information as any other party when it comes right down to it. What I think, it's not about who, but it's about who wants to disseminate the information. And if the conservatives are holding on to it, Stephen Harper's entire regime has been about withholding information back.
Well, they blocked. They blocked certain people from actually saying certain things, right?
Yeah.
And they blocked scientists from actually make certain declarations as well, right?
Do you remember
that? Recently? Did you notice in the U.S. that Hillary Clinton even went against Barack Obama, going, "Stop fucking drilling in the Arctic"? Like you're where people are talking about global fucking warming, and you're punching holes through the fucking ice. Real smart, real. That's just fucking genius. That is. That's just fucking genius. You know, make it even worse, and not to mention, you know, it's all ocean up there, at the top of the world. It's ocean, and it's connected to all the other oceans, whether it goes down behind Russia, or if it goes down the Pacific side, down the west coast of North America, or it comes into the fucking North Atlantic down through Greenland.
Yes, you're absolutely right. No, but stop. Okay,
the currents will flow from north to south. So you're going to literally poison everything. If you have a blowout like they had down in the Gulf of Mexico, it's not going to be contained anywhere near as easily. No. It's going to be underneath ice. So it's going to travel for 1,000 miles before it ever can be even dealt with. And
I have a certain idea there, Muskie. I understand what you're saying, and I approve of what you're saying. The only problem that when it comes to all this is simply because there's ice on the surface, right? Which therefore generates a lot of problems for a lot of different countries. Yeah. And believe it or not, ice breaking, sovereignty of the North, and all this other type of stuff has been fairly prudent when it comes to. Have you noticed lately on the news that the Canadian Rangers have been mentioned a lot lately?
Yes, actually, I have noticed that.
Hey, well, did you see Harper increase the military?
Yep.
We're getting a whole new base built in Inuit.
Yeah, by 6,000.
Territory. Right?
Yeah.
And
why they got that money, though? Because they've cut back from the military for the last fucking 10 years in other areas, and that's where they got the money from. And now they're trying to make themselves look like the good guy at the end of the...
Well, thank you, Ms. Goku, for actually mentioning that. And please look at my profile.
Yep.
And go check out one of the posts that I just posted within the last few hours about the Canadian Reserves getting 6,000 new people. Because I actually am very intimate with that actual certain topic, and that the actual speech that the PMO actually made is actually not actually all that good whatsoever. They're just making up for losses that they actually created on their own. So,
by the way, I have to say hello, Sokka. Thank you for increasing the Canadiana here.
I thought, you know what, I saw a post about how Canadian politics is the topic for the pre-shelf, and I'm like, I'm in.
I'm trying to get the attention of a few people I couldn't think of, like Ozzy and what have you. I'm like, who knows?
Ozzy in here? Oh, man.
Get Ozzy in here.
Don't get me wrong, everybody.
We're showing all the Americans what it is
nothing.
like as a Canadian to have to sit around and listen to American political discussion by doing it to them.
Yeah.
Sokka has decided to relocate to the most liberal part of Canada.
Yeah, a place where the Green Party has a shot. Like, that's, I mean, that says it all, really. Like,
damn, I want to move to
we're in
BC.
Green Party homeland now.
Yeah. In more ways than one.
Not just BC, Vancouver Island, like.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's so beautiful there, man. I absolutely adore it there. My in-laws live there, and I can't get enough of the place. And guess what? I might be joining the Navy because I'm thinking about putting in my CT. So
Nice. Any particular trade?
Well, actually, sorry, there's a few different things that I have in mind. Was working on helicopters and stuff like that, and hopefully getting on one of the.
Uh-oh. He dropped again.
I think he like.
Oh, sorry, I like that. Sorry, I was almost thinking about joining the Air Force, so this way I can work Coast Guard or actually jump into being the replacement for the Sea Kings. So.
Oh, yay. Shit. Yeah, the Sea King, the only helicopter that falls out of the sky on its own volition.
Did you guys ever see that meme there with like all the prime ministers that have been under control of the King?
Yeah.
I haven't, unfortunately.
Well, the
Pearson.
for the longest time, I thought about going ASOP, the airborne electronic sensor operators.
Nice.
Just because
scope dope.
Yeah. Yeah, because you'll always be, because you're still going to be on a coast because they don't operate. Yeah, they don't operate outside of that. So
you need to be in Aurora forever. So, Sokka, you missed a part of the conversation, and Muskoka and Paranor and who else? Sorry, Headless. Would you be interested in doing a hangout? We talk about Canadian politics, religion before like the next federal election comes up.
You're talking more of a podcast style rather than just
hangout. We can do a hangout or whatever, or something like that.
If I'm free.
I mean, yeah, it would be interesting. I mean, I think that one of the points that I'd highlight would be that that a multi-party system is not necessarily always a good thing, because I know like in the States where you or the U.S. where you basically you can either vote Democrat or Republican or throw your vote away on an independent. But in Canada, it was like, oh, we have all these parties, but they don't realize that more parties does not mean that you have better options.
No.
It just means you can control where the slider is on the scale.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, have you, and I'm not asking you to reveal yourself, but do you think that you've actually secured where you're going to vote for the next federal election? More of a yes or no type question.
So it's so hard. It really no, because I don't think I'm voting conservative this year, this time around.
Oh no, I'm not asking you to break it down, but as far as it sounds, you're not actually affiliated to any party and actually throwing your vote in a ring already. So it sounds like you have a lot more research to do.
Well, the problem is that I most of my politics lead very conservative. Unfortunately, I don't like the Conservative Party that we have, and
you're in the same ring as me.
Yeah, exactly. So you think that the logical option would be to vote for the next most conservative party, which would be the Liberals. Which, again, I don't want to vote Liberals. So I mean, I got to keep on moving down the spectrum. This is like, well, I sure as hell ain't.
Exactly how I feel.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get like, oh, NDP. Like, well, fuck, I don't want to vote for the NDP either. Like, oh my god. So then you finally get to the Green Party, and you're like, okay, well, the Green Party, yes, they're liberal. Yeah, they're left wing.
Yeah.
But they're not as stupid as the NDP. I mean, I think that they actually have. Yeah, they have potential.
They have potential.
But it's still
they're so small.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
I know you're like
never met a person that can actually articulate what I couldn't explain to them about an hour ago on how I feel about Canadian politics. And this is one of the reasons why I'd like to talk about this, because it's not because I don't know where I don't know where I stand right now, but the thing is, I'd really like to talk to people with some sort of commonality with me and actually try to come up with a decision, even if it is me walking in and going, spoiling my ballot, right? Because in Canada, we actually count spoiled ballots, right? So that's still part of me doing my democratic duty, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that the problem is that conservatism in Canada is turning into the Republican mindset that you have in the States, where it's less about it's less about the Conservative Party now, and it's more about God's party.
Okay, so Sokka, you plus one of my posts today. Did you actually read the whole thread, or did you just read what?
The article about the 6,000 reservists.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I read that thread.
Okay, so did you see how that guy kind of bent everything and turned into a doomsayer and everything like that?
Yeah, exactly.
So do you think that I'm interested in being a conservative voter when those are the type of people that are voting conservative?
Nope.
Right? You know,
Exactly, and that's my point.
So the thing is, I'm looking for help, right? I'm not telling people to tell me how I should vote, but I think it'd be a very interesting discussion in the future that a few of us, including Skoka and Paranor and Headless, if we were able to communicate, and I don't care who votes for what, but it'd be very interesting to throw it on the table, right? So
I agree.
Yeah, just like a fucking episode of The Agenda with Steve Bacon.
But if you're interested in participating there, Sokka, it'd be freaking stellar, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Seeing as this discussion has been going on for about, I don't know, an hour and a half right now, I'm wondering at what point you're going to decide that this is actually a hangout discussing Canadian politics.
I know.
We're already past that point.
Yeah, I've been holding back saying something. Yeah. Wait. Have a one later? No, we're having one now. No.
No, I get the point that it's, just a hangout specifically for the sake of it, for an audience that's wanting to hear specifically that. I get that, but the joke had to be made.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are going to vote in a third Bush.
Yeah. No.
No,
not this time.
They won't.
He doesn't have
No,
I think they learned their lesson. It was a joke.
I think they learned their lesson that one in the hand is worth two in the bush. You're not going to go 3 for 3.
You know what? Right now, it's too early to call because it's way too early in the American campaign. But I wouldn't be surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump become a Republican nominee.
That would be freaking just. I'll make popcorn. That's all.
That would be like trolling to the extreme.
Well, that's what it is, but I don't think people have caught on to the fact that it's a joke.
Well, because it would make the opposition almost a win, I would think, because of the where we are and where the social mindset of people are not much more connected today, and I think it is a lot more of a liberal, democratic atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken, in American politics, when it comes to the people themselves, it's just, you can just get everybody to vote. It's just like Canada in that regard. When half the fucking people don't even vote, where's your saying
can't get off work to vote.
Yep,
that's true.
Well, anyway, back to Canadian politics. I'm sick of fucking American politics. All I hear is American politics.
Well, I think this is the two parties that I would vote for in Canadian politics. The Conservatives are possibly on a very slim chance. The Liberals. The problem is that the leaders, Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau, I don't find very good leaders. I think Stephen Harper. Well, whatever, for reasons. I actually do think Elizabeth May is a good leader. I just don't agree with her party. And Thomas Mulcair, I do like him better than Jack Layton. But not as much. I think he has a little more of personality. Where I think I'd vote for him before I'd vote for if Jack Layton was still around. But still, just if I ever voted for NDP, I think that I just wouldn't forgive myself.
Sokka, you're not a true conservative.
I'm a rhino, right? I'm a rhino.
Yeah, I got that today.
Or what's the Canadian equivalent? I'm a Kino. Kino.
Oh, not Kino. No. That's like that gives images of old ladies sitting down like with Bingo.
So Sokka, you settling in? Are you good? Or I seen you sent a picture of the harbor.
Yeah, I was downtown the other day with the wife and kid, and it's really great. Because you probably know. Yeah, you probably know where I took that picture there on the inner front.
I know exactly where it is. Yeah.
So on one side, you take the picture and you have like the beautiful inner harbor, and then all you do is just turn around, and then you have like the Parliament, the legislative building right there, and it's like, yep, this place is awesome. I did. I went for a bike ride today at lunch, and. I stopped on a bench by Sax Point and saw there was a hangout message from Maximus and Rainbow with 2 other Canadians. So I joined it, and I was talked to them for a few minutes, put up the camera, and I showed them where I was, which is by the Fleet Club. Just like this, this is where I'm doing my hangout right now, and there's like this beautiful flower-lined shore with the Olympus Mountains in the background and all this stuff. It's like, where are you guys?
In the fucking basement.
I live near a mall.
So, Sokka, without divulging much information, are you on the east or west side?
West side.
Like by the ammo stuff?
Oh no, I'm not that far west. No.
Oh, okay. So, but then you're on the east side. So you're actually on the place, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. You know what? That means I'm gonna be there at some point. When, I'll let you know. But
yeah,
I stay at the CPOs quite a bit, so.
I put it in the side chat.
I'm not near my computer, but no worries. No, I know where you live, if that matters. You already told me, but I'm just asking you where you work day to day, right? So.
No, I just put it down there.
Okay.
Yeah, there's apparently some nice areas up there.
Oh, geez. You don't know what it's like to be on Vancouver Island. It's freaking stellar and beautiful. Even for being in Vancouver, I'm completely envious of the island. My in-laws live in Nanoose Bay, north of Nanaimo, and I just never can get enough of being there.
Yeah, my cousin used to live in Nanaimo. He lived there for like 15 years. Tough place to grow up as a kid.
Oh yeah, no, it is a rough and tumble place in Nanaimo, but the thing is, I'm well past that, so I don't have to experience that, right? So, yeah, no, the island is so, phenomenal. I've been out to different parts of the island, including the west coast, and you go out there to Tofino and stuff like that. It's just freaking stellar, checking out the whales and out on the beach and everything. And we get some really nice tides here, but the thing is, the farther and farther I move west, the more I'm envious of the people that are even more west than me, right? So
yeah. Well, it's like I was saying, when you're being on the West Coast, it's like it's being in a. When you go up island, it's like being in a Disney movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's like total make believe land, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
2,400 acres available in Canada for just $10 million.
Ooh.
Yeah, just 10 million.
I'll be right back.
Fuck, I could have bought 35,000 up in Northern Ontario for about 10 million. But, yeah.
Oh, this is east
Ontario.
This is apparently east of Cranbrook, wherever the heck that is.
Oh, Cranbrook. That's in the eastern interior of British Columbia.
Yeah.
So you're looking at like the Kootenays, which is like, don't get me wrong, it's freaking beautiful out there. It is.
Mountains.
It's just freaking mountains and very steep mountains with like lakes at the bottom.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Lots of lakes, too. Yeah.
And at night, if you look up in the mountains, you can see the metric conversion camps.
I was going to say, those are Canadian dollars, so that's what, like 1 million US or something?
We're not that bad anymore.
It was worth more than the US currency for a little while.
Yeah, for a short while there. Yeah.
Well, we have no interest in actually having our currency above the American dollar, right? So we like to suck all we can off of you guys.
Well, we are their fucking closest. Like, that's who we do most of our business with, right? Is the United States. They use a lot of shit now, south of us there.
Yeah, and you look at our natural resources, they suck the shit out of us, right?
Oh, fuck, no kidding.
Like, you guys are the closest people that are willing to give us rim jobs in a moment's notice. So.
Well, hey, there was a softwood fucking lumber tax tariff thing.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing, yeah.
I'm still disgruntled.
Yeah.
Let's not
oh no! Trust me, I live in BC. I'm well aware of the softwood lumber stuff. So, yeah, and then we rate them on NAFTA, which a lot of Canadians still think that we got the bitter end, but
it depends on the industry you worked in.
Yeah, that's right. If you were in the automotive industry, your job went down to Mexico.
Yep, that's true because there were 3 countries involved in it. So
that's right.
Yeah, it hurt that type of stuff, but there was a lot of stuff in NAFTA that we actually. Don't get us wrong. It hurt us for a long time until we recovered from it. But once we recovered, I think we ended up being better than the U.S. for it. So,
I've mentioned a friend of mine who we call Stubby around here. He's a cab driver. He's also called BFI, Big Fucking Indian. He's called Stubby because he's only got 2.5 on one hand and 2 fingers on the other.
Remember the mill life?
He's from Ontario, and he used to work Hamilton Steel and lost his job when the whole automotive, because he cut it for the automotive industry.
Oh, yeah.
So he ended up here. Yeah.
I was going to say it's weird seeing like entries for like hundreds or thousands of acres. Bizarre.
Oh, geez. There was a community on the western coast of BC here that they were actually selling, and there was, at one point, a halfway house was planning on buying it to take, like, people that were institutionalized to actually acclimate them back to civilization, right? But that fell through.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I thought it would have been an awesome thing. I would have, like, paid my taxes to do stuff like that. Well, the thing is that they were going to run their own businesses and everything like that. It was a whole community full of houses, right, that were totally abandoned, right? They could have had people learning how to contract and everything like that, right? You know, and then it fell through.
Yeah.
They could. Well, when it comes to the prison system, I'm one of those people that I don't like the idea of locking people away for life. I believe in rehabilitation.
Agreed. If they're capable of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of so what's along the way, right?
Yeah.
And,
Well, speaking as a potential nut, yeah.
So the thing is if you have potential, then why not put people like that, in those? I'm not like the Americans where they like no way in Canada would I ever want to see the prisons privatized by any means, right?
It started.
Yeah, it has. I mean, that is actually probably the number one issue I have with the Conservative Party right now.
Yeah.
It's right up there at the top because as a whatever reasons, criminal justice system, prisons, whatever knowledge of the privatizing the jails, turning them into an industry, into a business, is how you end up with the problem that the U.S. has right now, where like any industry out there, especially the prison industry, in order for the prison industry to remain a thriving industry, you need to have a constant influx of people going into that jail. What we should be looking more into is more.
Well, they're income generated, right? They don't care about. They just care about what they can sustain, right? So, yeah, I think that's the wrong way to go. I would never put anything law or judicial type matters ever or healthcare in a private type of forum that needs to remain.
Not for a civil society. You can't have one.
Everybody should have access to the best healthcare that is available, really.
Yeah.
Honestly, otherwise, what's the point in even inventing it just so it can do the trickle down effect? We've got enough trickle down. People withholding information for the sake of a dollar, and it's really has held our society back for a long time.
I get very disappointed when I hear certain Americans that are pro federal medical type stuff that think that our system is all that great.
It's a hell of a lot better.
Yes, you're right in that.
It's a better system, but
there's no way
you might have to pay in some cases where you have it. It's definitely not entirely free. There is certain things that you will have to pay for.
Yeah, and that's a misconception. People don't actually.
Yeah, exactly.
I find it very concerning that certain people think that people cannot go broke from having an illness in their family. It can still happen here. I know people personally that have had children that had leukemia that have made a lot of sacrifices to do certain things. I don't think that anybody by any means should ever have to go through those sacrifices whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's on my dime. I don't have a problem with that, and that's a thing that I don't hear Americans saying, is that I'm willing to spend my dime to do this. Right?
Yeah, it used to be patriotic actually to pay your taxes in the States. Now it's like every man for himself. Fuck you.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm more than willing to spend my own dime to make sure that people do not go into foreclosure or lose their jobs or whatever, right? There has to be some sort of protections in place. I've been fired from jobs just because I've been injured in the past.
Yeah.
And at that time, there was like BC. Yeah, you can do that, right?
Yeah.
Things have changed since then for the better. But the thing is, balance. I like balance, when it comes to all this stuff. I'm not a pro, or union type of person, because I think that unions protect a lot of people that don't deserve to be in the positions that they're in. But as long as the unions are doing the right thing,
I think there should be kind of like a federal a department which is just for the employee. You know, funded by the government.
Oh
but
no, that's all boiled down to provincial stuff, right?
Yeah, I know, but there should be federal, and it should be union style, but not a union. You don't have to be a member except by paying your taxes. You know, a voice for the citizen in the employment, especially since business is so tied with government, and you can never get those two apart.
It's like healthcare. Healthcare is a provincial problem, but the federal government pays for it, or pays for a portion of it.
Subsidize.
Exactly, Muskoka. So the thing is, they subsidize it, but the provincial governments actually make up the rules for all the stuff. So even it's pretty equal across the board. But the thing is,
no, it's not. Nova Scotia sucks, and they've been cutting.
Sorry, I was generalizing because the next phrase I was going to say, there is differences between the different provinces. So yes, I did actually generalize and make a mistake.
Yeah. And just for example, I just had I'm on disability, and I had my yearly review not long ago, and my worker bemoaned the fact that there's been so much cut of funding towards the mental health.
Yeah, well, and this is going to be ongoing, and depending on who the next government is, we don't know what's going to happen.
It's going to get worse if it's,
depending who it is and what their policies are. I'm not going to name any government because I don't know what their political platform is yet, because they haven't even released their documentation yet, right? So it's hard to say at this point. We can, between us with our educated guesses, we can make pretty good guesses. But the thing is, I don't find it absolutely fair whatsoever that people that have paid certain things, like even myself as a so-called conservative, why should I have to pay the income tax? I'd rather take that and bank it, right? As far as I'm concerned, right? When's the last time I've been laid off? Like I can use that approach on things, if I really wanted to be a dick about it, right? I pay tens of thousands, well, it's not tens of thousands, just under tens of thousands a year, for income tax. And the people that piss me off are the seasonal people, right?
Oh, yeah. Big problem here with that,
and the thing is, the one time I'm on the brink or have a problem, I don't get nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, because I'm running my own company for fucking years, and there's no safety net for self-employed people, other than welfare.
Yeah.
That's what you got to fall back on. Like, at least if you're working for somebody, you can try and collect some weeks and shit, but if you're the boss, as it were, of your own, you got nothing. Zero, nada. And then every fucking 4 months or 3 months, you're expected to, charge and become a tax fucking collector for the fucking federal government, and remit your, the money that you collected in that period of time for them. It's called, HST. Fucking, if every employer in the country has to, submit every 3 months. We're all under the same law that way. And the next thing that means that instead of just having the tax collectors, everybody became one.
Yep.
And how many more, like the billions of dollars that where the fuck is all that money going? We're not getting any more extra services now than we got in 1967. We really aren't. Cable You know what I mean? Like anything extra, we're paying for. You know, especially remember that when way back in the 50s, they were running hydroelectrical throughout the land everywhere, and the whole idea was we got to pay for the infrastructure, and then by the time that's done, you know, everybody has their own hydroelectric dam or whatever, producing hydropower, and it'll be free. Well, whatever happened to free power? Well, you know, upkeep and stuff like that, and then the next thing you know, people like Ontario Hydro are gouging the system for fucking, you know, billions a year. Off and then their CEOs fucking, you know, all this kind of shit.
The Nova Scotia privatized Nova Scotia Power not long ago.
Sorry, I dropped out.
It'll be pretty soon. It's just going to become a gouge. And the thing is,
it already has.
You know, right here in Ontario, we're fucking paying the United States to take hydro. Paying them, but our rates are up through the fucking roof. Get the fuck out of Dodge, will you? Like whoever. You know, and this is what happens when you have this transformer that goes from a like a I won't call it a business, but a utility of the state. Then becoming a privately run. It's like the LCBO. They want to. The only thing the government has that actually makes money is the fucking LCBO.
That is the Liquor Commission, by
That's
the way.
right. Like a control board of, and you could change O with whatever particular province letter you want across the board. But
it's NSLC here.
Is it NSLC? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, then they want to sell this stuff. They're selling all of the people's stuff off that we fucking built and paid for.
Yep.
And we're getting nothing back. We're really getting nothing because like, you know, my own hometown, they sold the fucking hydro dam off to some multinational corporation that now sells our hydro, and we've got to buy it off the people south of us.
Yep.
At a higher fucking rate.
You know, The Meaning of Life, Monty Python, The Meaning of Life, explained it so beautifully when he had the whole explanation after he said, "Oh, I see you've got the machine that goes ping." Because he explained about selling it, then leasing it, and tax write-off, and this and that, and oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have elicited George Takei, oh my, if it wasn't so face-palmably true.
Fucking hot today. Fucking hot yesterday. Holy fuck.
Yeah. It's hotter out there, I'm sure, but we're sticking at 30 for this week.
It was like, like 30 with a humidex about like 36. Oh.
Yeah. No, a typical Nova Scotia summer usually doesn't break 28.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like Newfoundland in the summertime.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
that's
it's
nice.
beautiful, man. You got
especially the breeze.
Yep, always a breeze. Never.
And then they all run to Ontario and they can't take the heat.
Yeah.
Not in the Ottawa River Valley. That is very dry. Yeah, that's a weird humidity there. Oh, yeah, I used to live in Ottawa for a couple of years around Billings Bridge area.
Oh yeah.
Not one bus ride away from the Rideau Canal.
Yeah.
Did you skate there?
This year, no, I didn't. Always had weak ankles, so probably part of the reason why I can't stand hockey. I know I'm a bad Canadian.
You know, me both. I fucking old skates, old leather skates, man. You can tighten them fucking things up all you want, and you can still get a nasty old twisted ankle off the fuckers.
Oh, geez. Yeah. You're like knobby ankles.
Oh, I'm talking back in the days before molded skates.
Yep. Way before that.
Skates for an old leather pair of skates, literally.
Yeah. it took me so long to be able to get up and actually skate, not fall on my ass because of those things.
Yeah, smashed on the inside and outside of the knee. Ow.
Yeah. Well, I lived about 20 minutes, about 20 minutes away from Windsor, Nova Scotia, the birthplace of what we call hockey.
Dun, dun, dun.
So can't stand it.
Man, there's a shit ton of undeveloped land near Ontario.
Well, if you want good timberland, the sticks, and cheap.
I'm just poking around. But
Yeah,
Where are you
cheap,
looking there, Keaton?
and cheap. Just look at Nova Scotia, but you have to kind of ignore the neighbors.
Yeah.
Oh, not next to the Goler farm.
No, I'm just having
No,
fun
not
looking around.
next to Goler Farm. Jesus Christ.
Looking fun.
Where are you looking there, Heathens?
I have no fucking idea.
What's the town or city?
Hang on. Let me finish going through the set of pretty pictures.
And remember, you're going to trade a bitter heat for a bitter cold.
It's not that cold.
I grew up in New England, dude.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
used to it. Ed's the one who's actually going to not suffer because then you can go outside in the summertime.
The one I was looking at that was actually somewhat pretty looking was Opasatika?
Spell that?
Opasatika.
Oparasaka.
Near Ontario, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oparasaka.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a native word.
Yeah.
I think fucking
Pretty though.
Algonquin.
Up by Concord.
No.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right by the Ojibwe.
Yeah, it's only 150 acres.
Actually, I think I know the exact spot.
Oh, damn. That's pretty far north.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not a bad spot. It's out in the
No.
sticks. I'll tell you that. It's out in the sticks.
Getting up there.
That's not very far from where my cousin's deer camp is. Literally.
Like, come on, Wikipedia lists that.
Okay.
Wikipedia also has it down at the bottom of see also list of francophone communities in Ontario.
There's also Elk
Same.
Lake and Matheson. There's all kinds of different
Yeah,
stuff.
Matheson. Yeah, Matheson's up there too. Yeah.
Don't go to Elk Lake.
Why? Because of the elk?
There's nothing there.
Oh,
I met someone who left there. That's why they left. There's nothing.
Nah, I'm just looking around for the sake of giggles. No, well, you know.
He's still working on his plan.
Well, you know, we could get 640 acres up in Matheson.
Yep.
Or 618 acres up in Haileybury.
Haileybury, yep.
Halliburton or Halliburton?
No, Haileybury.
Halliburton? Okay.
Well, then there's Englehart?
Englehart, yep.
The heck's an Englehart? And why do all these pictures?
That's where one of my old mentor's family come from up that way. My carpenter mentor.
Chetwynd.
I like it how when Heathens looks at these, he realizes that all the pictures look the same.
No, they don't. They really, really don't.
I meant like the towns.
No, they hang on. No, this one certainly does not look like all the others. There we go. Yeah, that's the chunk of land.
Nice.
Yeah. Bobsled Lake. I'm guessing it freezes.
Yes.
Very pretty.
Yep.
Of course, I'm buying land. I don't want to be buying land that's mostly freaking water unless I'm developing, like, you know, where I can actually build, like, condos or some shit. But, yeah, just goofing off. Because it amuses me.
Always keep your options open.
No, this is just goofing off. I'm like, oh, let's see now. If 100+ acres. Let's see what we have. Because it's funny. When you can sit there and just bring something up and say, hey, look, there's 20,000 acres for sale, but it's like 250 Canadian dollars apparently per acre. So here's one, 2,400 acres for 10 million. That's not so bad. Right. 1280 for a 700K. Wherever the frick Shetland is.
Shetland.
Chetwynd.
Yeah, Shetland.
Shetland, okay. It's not quite Shetwind then. Then there's the Engelhart and the Yubu? It's just amusing, that's all. Here we go, 640 acres in Matheson for 175K.
Now remember, that's a metric acre.
Oh, okay. Is that smaller or bigger? Smaller, right?
The hectare.
Gesundheit.
Well, it's probably an acre.
But yeah, you know, it's like, oh, here's a chunk of land. Is it going to update on there? Maybe, maybe not.
The question, though, he didn't even so much you got land. Is there a house on it?
With some of these, there is.
Yeah.
Let me try this. Hang on. Let me get to the right window if I can.
And
on that.
There we go.
Is there a plowed road?
There is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a road there somewhere. I can see stripes and lines. Those look like roads.
But is it plowed? In the wintertime, is it maintained?
I think so. It's got a marked paved road that it goes off of, so
Okay.
you're probably plowing from there in.
Yeah, but it's near this big road thing here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm just goofing off here.
It's 410 acre parcels.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Cool.
It's got a road that goes right through it, too.
Yeah.
That's nice.
It's fun, though.
Got two roads, from what I can see. At least two trails, anyways. They're probably logging roads, originally.
Yeah.
There's a Haley Berry here. Which, hey, it does have pics. Some of these don't.
Land barn.
Here you go, Muskie. You want to build a house underground? There's 469 acres in Sault Ste. Marie, and it's Earthship friendly.
Perfect.
Get off the grid.
What?
There we go. This one clearly has a road.
Yeah. What do you mean by Earthship ready?
Oh, it's probably it's where you have enough landform to build into the hillside and stuff.
Oh,
Or it's good for mining once the land cracks open and the apocalypse starts.
Yeah. Ooh, here you go, heathens. There's 186 acres in Hagersville. You'll just have to remove all the tires out.
Hagersville.
Oh, yeah. Oh, heathens doesn't know about the Hagersville tire fire.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Oh, you have?
Cool.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that was a joke more for Muskie.
Yeah, Hagersville. Fuck yeah.
Timmins, apparently.
Told them the tires.
It does actually have a building. Oh, kind of pretty.
Yes, Timmins has buildings.
The only trouble is you wouldn't have any people to build a condo set.
Yeah.
Nice though.
You kind of, once you get up past Muskie, there's not enough people who want to move up there to live in a condo.
Yeah.
It becomes much more. Well,
I think they own a lake.
It's sparse, but you got like small, large towns that then nothing in between kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it becomes small towns, nothing in between.
Yeah, well, at least up where you are, Muskie, you have something called picturesque.
Well, there is picturesque.
So therefore, people will come there for that.
As soon as you go north of like fucking North Bay kind of thing. It all goes to jack pine and spruce anyways.
Yeah.
Poplar and birch, and that's the only thing that grows.
Oh, here you go. Here you go, Edens. How about 0.4 acres in Wawa?
Wow, that's where the big fucking Canadian goose is.
Yep.
Oh, fuck that.
And there's everything is south of Wawa.
No, actually, fuck that noise. Wah, wah.
There's a reason why they put a big goose out there.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, it's a square mile of land, that one in Matheson.
50 acres New Brunswick, they listed it as $0. I think they made a typo. Either that or New Brunswick is really, 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 really bad.
Yes. They're the French. We're best. We're better than you are. Attitudes. And they drive like Louisianans.
I didn't know there was a Berlin up there.
Yep, we have a New Germany in Nova Scotia.
Up around Muskie, there's a town called Swastika.
Yep.
I want to live there.
They keep trying to change the name, and the locals keep going out and taking the sign down and putting the old signs back up.
Swastika. It's like right down the road from Hecla.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to make a joke here. So, what about Seal Island?
What about it?
Oh, that's where they get helper seals from for people like Gary.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Yes,
it's a breeding colony.
Yes, the helper seals do the typing for Gary. Yes, you got it. The problem is they never taught them English.
Well, they did. They just never taught them Gary.
True.
So after a while, the seal just looks at him and just takes a guess.
Just like everyone else that tries to read this shit.
Yeah. Just like the YouTube closed captioning. It just breaks down and the algorithm just starts guessing at what he said.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Somewhere out there, I think I did a screenshot of something he said, and I put it up somewhere. He was not amused.
That's either a really pretty lake or a really disgusting-looking marsh. Never mind. Caledon, Ontario.
Yeah, that's where the fucking wild pigs have been seen lately. Wild boars.
Huh?
Yeah, you get them all over the place, including the Chilcotin in BC. Hey, Heathen,
We've had them here before.
do you want to... Shadow, do you want to move to Canada?
We were kind of joking about it, but there's a problem with Miss Paralegal over here.
I'd have to learn Canadian laws.
Yeah.
And get a wig.
All you have to... No, you just take your laws and apply A at the end.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, Red, in our legal system, the lawyers wear wigs.
I'm not a lawyer.
No, that's more the, what do you call it? The Supreme Court type stuff, right?
No, not necessarily. I know several lawyers, and they all have their wigs. And they're
Really?
yeah.
I'm in the court, and I have never seen the wigs other than the Supreme Court.
Most people don't see it because they're usually only going in for traffic tickets and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
But once you get into like higher ends of court, yes, they do have the wig.
Yeah.
This might be the worst window design I've ever seen.
Let's see.
No.
Oh, no. Oh,
See it.
no.
No.
Screen share.
No.
No.
Overlap. Okay, link in the sidebar.
Hang on, let me see if I can get a...
I've been dying to say this, and you're probably going to get upset when I say this, but Red, I have a question for you.
Yes.
This is a carpet match stripes.
Yeah.
No, it's pines and hardwood floors.
Yeah,
and
no
no, I'm
hardwood
not going to
floors.
get upset.
No hardwood floors here.
It is all natural.
So, Red, I have a question for you because you were talking about with like women, you talked about psychological type stuff. When are you gonna do it again?
Oh, the women's hangout?
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed it actually.
There's been some vague talk about it, but apparently, unless I spend 8 months trying to set it up, it never happens.
I'm hoping that Rosie will take over it.
Yeah, she was talking about it. I mean, the thing is, it was. I went through a great deal of effort to try and set up that first one, and even though they did end up setting up a, so to speak, group for it, they never did anything else because my idea was,
Stop
get the ball rolling, let them take it.
excuses for them because I heard you say the excuses and I finally got to talk to the source, and you're making excuses for the source.
So hard. No, it was so hard to get it.
I know it was hard. But if you do it again, I'd be more than interested to listen. So I just want you to know that the interest is there.
Yeah. I'd like to participate in it. I just can't organize it. I have a hard enough time organizing my own damn life.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
So that's kind of the thing is, she doesn't have the time and energy to get the thing set up. So we're hoping somebody else is going to take over as the lead on it.
Well, if you moved to Canada, you'd have a lot more energy.
Maybe. I'd have to find new doctors, so I took a day off work today and spent the entire day going to doctors.
Well, at least you won't go broke going to doctors.
In Canada, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to apparently answer some kind of weird questionnaire to be allowed in.
Do you like
I don't even know
yes
what
or
it
no?
takes to get in anymore. All I hear is like from people
Actually,
that
we've
I
been
talk
joking
to
about
is like
we've been joking back and forth
the
about
number
immigrating and what's involved for the last couple of days.
Yeah, we gave Heathens the citizenship test. And
Oh,
on
did
a-
you?
Well, we only gave him 10 questions. There's actually more. But out of 10, he got 60%.
and most people would probably fail.
And he actually got some of the hard ones that he didn't know the answer to by just thinking about it.
Like
Yeah,
I said,
they-
no block.
What was the hardest one? In your opinion?
Well, there were some in there which were like, who's the MPP, of, like the Premier of Ontario? Well,
I guess that one.
yeah, so
Oh,
you just gotta take a lucky guess at
I
it.
don't even know that. I don't even know who the
No,
premier of
you can change the test based on which province you're in.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
like
okay.
Wilkerson or
So there,
something.
there are provincial specific questions. Thing is, how is he going to know some of this stuff? Right?
Oh.
You just have to study.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not even probably that hard. It's like, we're Canada. We're like, oh, so what's your favorite flavor or favorite flavor?
Well,
of
I
ice
could
cream?
just joke and say,
You know?
how many acres of Canada do I need to buy to actually be able to move to Canada?
Actually, you can buy your way in.
Can you?
Oh, yeah. You can buy your way into any country.
It's going to cost you a bit of money, but you can do it.
It's probably going to cost me more than the crappy ass cheapo acres I was looking at.
Yeah.
Well, not including the ones that I was just looking at in jest, mind you.
Yeah.
So what's the whole thing with Crown land? I assume that's land that's owned by...
That's government land.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys call it federal.
That's kind of what I figured. Okay.
It's very general.
There was one area where they had like 3 sets. It was like, I don't know, a couple. It was I think like 160 acres or something like that. No, like 200 something. But regardless, it was like 4 little plots right in a row, and it's like all surrounded by Crown's land, no neighbors. I'm like, ooh.
Oh, yeah, that means anybody can go on it though when it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for hunting purposes, it's kind of cool because that means if you're a hunter, then you've got that much more land to hunt. But it also means you've got probably other people creeping across your land hunting it and you're not there.
Okay, so I'd have to really put up a fence then. That's
You're
fine.
right. And then you get people, when you go out and you tell them you're on private property, go, no, I'm on Crown land. It's like, no, you're on private property.
Yeah. Been there.
And that's only a minor confusion, but most people only be like, "Oh, sorry," you know. But the thing
You
is,
just marked your land. It's 240 fucking acres. Of course, I didn't mark it all.
well, all you have to do is put out typically flagging tape, anyways, and most people realize, or a couple signs.
A lot of acres, man. That's a lot of tape.
But there's a lot of people out there that are like, oh yeah, you want to like clean up whatever on my land? No problem, right? It depends. It varies from person to person, right? So.
Yeah. Actually, that wasn't one of the pretty looking lots. Some of them are absolutely gorgeous, with all kinds of lakes and stuff like this. It's like, ooh.
So in Arkansas, the land that you're not allowed to hunt on, they mark it with a color called posted purple.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this weird, it really looks pink to me, but they'll just slap a bit on some trees here and there, and that means you cannot hunt on that land. So there's a story that a guy had his land posted purple, and but there was hunting land right beside it, and a guy kept shooting ducks over his land and then sending his dogs onto his land. So one day the guy got a hold of the hunting dogs, the landowner, and painted them posted purple and sent them back.
Good.
Nice.
It was non-toxic paint.
Yeah.
At least according to the story.
I wonder if the guy stopped or not.
From what I heard, yes. He was not very happy about even trying to get non-toxic posted purple paint off
You
of
put
his
those
dog.
dogs in the truck and try and get them home now.
Yeah.
And explain to all your hunting buddies why your dogs are posted purple.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like you might have some buddies who'd ask, "What happened? Your dogs turned gay?"
Yeah.
Yeah. You sneak your dogs home and clean them up before anyone sees them.
There's another reason to move to Canada. We've had equality here for homosexuality for years.
Waiting at the tax office.
Yeah. Hang on.
Oh yeah, and
you guys go ahead.
rights as well.
And everything's still intact, and there's been no looting.
No. And no rainbow-colored transformations in anybody's house that didn't ask for it.
Yeah, and we never had a problem with wedding cake, did we?
No,
I don't think so.
That's why we have Niagara Falls.
Most of the bitching happened in the churches, I'm sure. At least they contained it mostly inside.
Well, also when you look at some of the earlier way the law was going to be written, yeah, they had a reason to raise an air of caution on that.
True.
That means the ministers could have been arrested for saying no.
Yeah. That's true. All the way you word it. We are live. No dead spots. Say no to boring.
Well, no one's done it yet, so we may as well just get it out of the way. Penis.
Penis. Yeah. Well, I wonder how. I know we saw them yesterday, but I wonder how the kids are settling in. Jackie and Kevin. It seemed pretty good. There in California now, yay!
There we go. I think we might be winding down.
Yeah, Canadians do actually run out of steam sometimes.
Well, you know, the core of the political discussion wandered off, so I think that's what I'm going to blame.
Well, we've also been doing this now for 4.5 hours.
Luckily, we don't have guys like Cruz and other people, because even our worst is like almost like your best.
All right. You want us to kick this back into overdrive here, heathens?
No.
Let's talk about Kretchen.
No.
No.
We'll save that for.
You don't. I don't like Kretchen. What's
how about Brian Mulrooney?
No, we'll save that for the other discussions.
And when we really want to get mad and angry and heavy about things, let's talk about Pierre Elliott Trudeau.
Oh boy.
Or how about his son that lives off his coattails?
Oh, that's just like Bush, really. Kid.
Yeah, but I think he waited long enough, though. Like, you know, we're not getting the Father and then the Son
and the Holy Ghost
and the Holy Spirit.
Well, Jeff did smoke weed, he said.
Yeah, at least there's been some time passing in there, right?
Yeah, but Bush is a long memory, bad name, I think.
Yeah.
Tarrant County's over by Fort Worth?
Yes.
Oh, I screwed up. I screwed up.
Don't do that.
I have a question for you then. Does this make any sense to you? Burleson.
Yeah. We're doing Ken.
Oh, that's 1.1 acres. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, 1.01. Never mind. Ooh, pretty house, though.
Yeah.
Oh well. Not what I was trying to look for. That is not fucking around correctly. Game.
Saw something interesting, did you?
Wow. Acreage is a lot more expensive down here. Oh my, holy crap, that says it all. 31,739 acres. Yeah, fuck that. Welcome to Texas, motherfucker.
How many acres?
31,739. Wouldn't find that in Canada for one simple reason. All the crown land would be in the way.
How much is it?
Who gives a shit? It's near Electra, fucking Texas.
Oh, it's down in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, look, desert. Great. Just having fun poking around here. High to low acreage, looking at the obscene stuff. Because why not? Well, seems I'm just goofing off here. I should probably see about calling the hangout. So for those that end up watching this when it eventually airs, thanks for joining us, and let's take this crap down.